Hello. Hello, hello. Oh my goodness. Ida Kim, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I literally just started streaming. I was just saying hello to everyone, so perfect timing. Hello, Ida Kim. Raiders, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hi, Ida Kim. I'm doing great. How was your stream? Did y'all have a good stream? Are y'all feeling nice and sleepy and relaxed and ready to tingle, 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 tingle? Hello, Aga and Sour and Sublime of Stars in the Sky and Major McBussy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your sub. First sub of the night. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Click A, shk, J, O, R, click, M, C, B, shk, U, sk, est, Y, click, 0, 1, thank you. Major McBussy, thank you, thank you. Ida says it was great. We did some ASMR gaming today and tried out a new game, Tiny Glade. It was so cute and cozy. Oh my gosh, that sounds wonderful. That sounds wonderful. I'm glad y'all had a good stream. And thank you again for the raid. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And welcome to the chat, Craig Thor. I don't know whose raid made me bound, but couldn't get to your stream often. Let's see if I can fall asleep here. Yes. Let's hope. Let's hope. I hope that you can find some rest. Rest here. Hello CEO. Hello CEO. And Song Knuckle. Thank you for your prime. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Song Knuckle. C O N K. Click. Click. Underscore K. Click. Click. And shk. U C L. Click. Click. L. Shk. E. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sleepy, did you know there's a trial of Coraline statue somewhere in Oregon? I don't know what that is, but no, I did not know that was somewhere in Oregon, but I also don't know what that is at all. Trail of Coraline. I still don't know what it is. Trail of Coraline statue. Oh, I understand. There's a trail that you follow full of statues of Coraline. Why? But also cool, interesting. Why this stream is never seen before? Because it's live. It's a live stream. I'm right here for the first time, and you're right there for the first time on September 25th, 2024. We've never shared this moment together, ever, until now. This stream has never seen you before, and I've never seen this stream before, and you haven't either, okay? Random question. But do you have a video on your YouTube channel where you're tracing letters in the same way you do name traces? I don't think I have a whole video of just that, no, but every now and then I do it in some of my videos. But I'm not sure which ones. But I know that it happens sometimes. Hello, Morpheus Prime. Hey, Sleepy, how are you? I'm doing great. I'm doing great today. I'm a little sleepy today. I'm a little tired. My eyes feel kind of tired, like they want to close. I have eyes that want to close, but overall I'm feeling very happy, I would say. Happy and good. And excited for the rest of the week. And honestly excited for the rest of my life. I was thinking the other day, well, yesterday I guess, about how I have had times in my life when I've been very, very sad, and I've also had, well, I should say I've had moments in my life when I've been very, very, very sad, or very scared, or very stressed, or very hopeless. And I've been in life situations before, like long-term situations that I knew were unsustainable or toxic or bad, but I have genuinely never had like an entire life situation where I was reliably like waking up every day and hating the world. No matter how bad there's been some times where maybe I should have been feeling like that, you know what I'm saying? But even in those times, generally, I've always been like excited to do my day, excited to work, even if it was a job I didn't like very much. I like life, which sounds so normal in many ways and like healthy, but I feel very lucky because I feel like not everyone is like that, and it makes me sad. Gosh, and I'm in a position right now in the world and in my life that I know is like pretty privileged in a lot of ways, but it's also weird for me to look back and to know that when I was working, at a certain massive retail bookstore chain, and when I was working in food service, being paid less than $10 an hour as a manager, and when I was working, 12-hour shifts and coming home with bruises all over my body, I was just about as happy the whole time. Which is weird. It's weird, but it's also like very real, and I'm happy about it. I think it's like a good thing, but it makes me sad that not everyone has that kind of relationship with the universe, and I don't know why I have that relationship with the universe. I just know that I'm lucky to have it. Because like I am no paragon of mental health. This isn't just like, oh, she's healthy. Like, that's not it. I'm happy, and I've always been pretty happy, but I don't know why. Do any of y'all feel like that? Any of y'all? Just me? I don't know. Mappy XD, Buzz, Babylon Paladin, thank you so much for your subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. Click, A, shk, P, I, dot, X, shk, D, thank you, and Buzz, B, shk, H, U, sk, Z, shk, 2, 1, thank you, and Babylon Paladin, shk, B, click, A, shk, B, click, Y, shk, L, O, shk, N, sk, underscore, P, click, A, shk, L, A, shk, D, I, dot, N, thank you so very much. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you, and thank you for the bits left to sleep. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. What are y'all saying? Sareem says, I'm kind of the same way. Even during times when I was super depressed and suicidal, I wouldn't just wake up and instantly be sad, upset. It takes something to me to get to that point. Yeah, like, whenever I My really bad brain moments tend to come in like very short and sharp and like severe bursts. And they are bad. But even when they're bad, something that I use to regulate myself is like, at least I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and have a normal day. Like, even when things are bad, the thing that makes me feel better is remembering my life, even if my life is bad. Because usually the things that make me feel bad, I know are like delusions. I know, or I know that I can delude myself into happiness if I just stop thinking about it. Either way, I feel like I can just focus. I've always been able to just like focus on the positive version of tomorrow to make myself get there, and be excited to get there, which I'm happy about. Destructicon says we call that hope, and hope is a hell of a drug. It's so true. Hope and caffeine, let me tell ya. Whenever I've talked before about how I like use caffeine strategically whenever I like need a lot of energy for like a specific thing, but also I've been on SSRIs before in my life, and I stopped being on them for a lot of complicated reasons. But no joke, caffeine made me happier than SSRIs. And that is also part of how I use them strategically. If I'm feeling like absolute, like massive meta world sadness, and also like selfish, like, oh my god, my life is falling apart, everyone hates me and I also hate everyone, and what am I supposed to do with that? Why did I put myself in a world where I hate everyone? Whenever I drink caffeine, I like immediately become so grateful for the world. I'm like, oh, I am so loved. I'll start like crying tears of joy because I'll just like remember all of how often my like grandmother must have prayed for me in my life, and I look at the squirrels and I'm like, oh my god, they're so cute. They're so cute with their little acorns. I'm so happy. Caffeine is just like, it makes me happy. I can't explain it. It's a very good antidepressant for me personally. And Babylon Paladin said, I've enjoyed your vids on YouTube forever. Just found you here, so happy. Thank you, thank you. I hope that you enjoy the Twitch content. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sleepy, speaking about being happy with life, what version do you have of the Bible? I think it's America is in the title, but I can't remember. New American Bible, New American Translation, the American Translation. It's American something. America, it's, I'm a patriot. I don't think I've seen that one. It was the one that I grew up with. Let me check for you. I'll be right back. Maybe I just made that up. It actually has nothing to do about America. It's just called the New Catholic Edition of the Holy Bible. The New Catholic Edition of the Holy Bible. I think it's pretty old, though. It's not new. This was, when was this edition? This translation of the Old Testament is the Dawei version, produced under the guidance of the Episcopate and approved for use by the bishops of the United States. The translation of the New Testament is that of the Confraternity of Christian Doctrine, made under the guidance of the bishops of the United States with notes appended. The translation of the Psalms has been made from the New Latin version, under the guidance of the Holy See. This translation with the appended notes has been approved. The The provisions, therefore, of Canon 1391 have been completely compiled with all parts of this edition. September 14th, 1948. September 14th, 1948. Oh my gosh, and Olivia, I just found out I'm going to be moderating a panel at Yale on journalism and welfare policy next month. Yo, that's exciting. That's big. That's massive. You better talk about ASMR, okay? You gotta slide that in. You gotta slide in some ASMR. Hello, Jamie. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Sarim says you can call it deluding yourself into happiness, but I think it's just having a very grounded mindset. The ability to look at the wider picture and be happy that better days are coming is a good ability to have. Yeah, I think like that is how it feels. That is how it feels. And I would say, I mean, it feels like grounding myself in those moments. And I feel grounded generally. It's very unnerving when I lose my grounding, because it doesn't happen often. But yeah, I think it's just surprising how many people I've met in my life who seem to have such like a negative relationship with all of existence. And they're not bad people, you know, a lot of them are like good people. And it is kind of, it's just sad to me. I feel sorry. I feel almost a sense of guilt sometimes, which is weird. Well, y'all know how it is. But, you know, I don't feel like I've earned my happiness a lot. I just feel like I am happy. Like I just am a happy person. Not for any good reason. Not for any good, like I'm just a happy person. What can I say? But then some things, one of my friends was giving me shit, like a lot of shit for this the other day, because they were like, what if someone just handed you $50,000? How would you react? And they said that they were giving it to you. And I was like, oh, I'd probably be like, thank you. And they were like, you should be way happier than that. And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, I'm obviously happy. And obviously that's like a life-changing amount of money. Like, I know all those things, but I don't know. I'm like, I just don't know. I mean, maybe this is like a spectrum thing, but like, I wouldn't like jump up and down with tears of joy even when like a really good thing happens. I don't know. I never jump up and down with tears of joy. The only times I've ever like jumped up and down with tears of joy has been at the end of some specific theater shows where it's the curtain call and everyone is clapping and everyone is crying, and it feels so instinctive to just like burst out of your seat and clap. That's like the only time I think I've ever jumped up and down. And I paid for that. You know, it wasn't like a good thing that was happening to me in like a directed way. I just like experienced something really good. So it's different. Oh, whoops, I knocked a little spring. And Andes, thank you for your prime. Thank you so much. Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, click and shk, D, E, shk, U, sk, S. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Shaka, 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 shaka. Oh, Hagen says, I think a big part of it is that you haven't lost your faith in humanity and people in general. Yeah, that's true. I have not lost my faith in people and humanity in general. As I get older, though, I have, like, one of the hardest things for me to come to terms with is the fact that there are some unredeemable people. I have had to come to terms with that. There are some unredeemable people. But it also like hurts me to say out loud. And it's frustrating to think about because the implicit question in that is like, well, what do you do with them? And I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what you do with unredeemable people. But it is definitely something that I have had to come to terms with. They do exist. So I have lost my faith in not humanity, but some portion of humans. Some portion of humans, unfortunately. Neo-Catholicism founded in 1078. So true, Hagen. So true, so true. What's Genesis 1:1 say in that? Let's see. I like this Bible because it's so old school. A lot of it sounds extra old. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. That is 1:1. I'll go up to... I'll read a little bit more. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth, and the earth was void and empty, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved over the waters. And God said, "Be light made," and light was made. And God saw the light, that it was good, and he divided the light from the darkness. And he called the light day, and the darkness night. And there was evening and morning, one day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament made amidst the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made a firmament, and divided the waters that were under the firmament from those that were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and morning were the second day. God also said, "Let the waters that are under the heaven be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so done. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. And he said, "Let the earth bring forth the green herb, and such as may seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, which may have seed in itself upon the earth." And it was so done. And the earth brought forth the green herb, and such as yielded seed according to its kind, and the tree that beareth fruit, having seed, each one according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And in the evening and the morning were the third day. The journalist who covers the death penalty that I sent you on the book is going to be on the panel. I'm so excited. That's awesome, and Olivia. That's super exciting. I'm very, very excited for you. I want to hear how that goes. Destructicons. I'm so behind on chat. I'm sorry, but we've been having, we're having such interesting discussions. I want to read everything that I can, that I have time for. Destructicon said Mr. Beast talked about giving money to people, and 80% of the people he gave 100k money to reacted the same way you did, which makes it hard for Mr. Beast because people think they're paid actors because they don't react wildly. Even most of us would react the same way. Right, well, it's like, I don't know. $10,000 is enough to change your life. $1,000 can change your life. Money is crazy. Money is crazy. So giving someone $100k is life-changing, right? Life-changing. You can put a down payment on a house with that, you can go to college with that, you can change your whole life with that easily. And you can change your life with $50,000 as well. With $1,000 you could probably, give yourself enough time to get a job that you want to have. You can refurbish your current life situation, get yourself whatever new shit that you need in your house that's falling apart, get yourself a new wardrobe. And those things are important. Those things are life-changing. If you feel good, if you feel comfortable in your situation, you can do so much with that kind of money. But for me, whenever it's still in money form, it doesn't mean very much to me. It's just like number. Okay, number, and now I have to figure out what to do with it. Number, now I have to figure out how to use this to make my life better. And that, I think, for me is why initially just like receiving a massive amount of money, like, it makes me happy. Like, obviously, like, that's a good thing. Money is great, but I don't like really feel happy until I do something with it, or at least like make a plan with it, you know, like, what is this money going to enable me to do? How am I going to use it? That's what makes me happy. That's what makes me happy. Yeah, that's the personal thing, I guess, but that's why. Hagen says I was like that once when I was in my 20s, and then 2016 happened, and then I grew up a lot, I feel. Oof. 2016, you're one of those 2016 doomers. I feel that. I will say, 2016 was a wacky year. And I don't know what happened to you in 2016, but I know a lot of stuff happened to a lot of people in 2016, and it was quite a year. Oof. And when I say grew up, I mean I became a bit disillusioned towards people whom I previously thought were generally good people who cared about others, and eventually came to the conclusion that while that might be true, many of the people who are in the highest levels of power are incredibly selfish, yes, and greedy to the point where they would sacrifice other people's livelihoods just to get a potentially trivial increase in their nebulous wealth. Yeah. Power is scary. Power is scary. Shaka. Sleepy, I just wanted to say that your latest flesh trigger is interesting. Thank you. You should do triggers while yapping without any role playing. Feels like I'm watching your VODs. I really enjoyed. Thank you. Love to sleep. Thank you. I do like making yappy, rambling ASMR content. It's also, how my members only videos are on YouTube, at least most of them. So I do like making that, but I really love making role plays. So probably, at least within the foreseeable future, most of my content on YouTube will still be role plays, just because I love making role plays. But I do like making a little yapping video every once in a while. Very, very true, Agen. If you give someone money and your follow-up reaction is you're not excited enough, then hey, maybe you're not as magnanimous as you think you are. Right. I mean, to an extent, I think also, there's a lot of people, and like, people who are really, really good with money, and, okay, let me, I need to use my hands. I can't be holding the Bible while I say this. In a metaphorical way, but also in a literal way. Coley LB, thank you for your prime. S, sorry. S-Y, click, L, B, Thank you, cozy, LB for your prime. People who are really, really good with money and then people who are really, really, really wealthy are like overlapping, or like a Venn diagram, right? They're not, there are people who are very wealthy and also very bad with money, right? And there's also people who are very good with money but don't have a lot of it because of circumstance. And sometimes they overlap. It's hard to tell who's in the middle. It's if you know them, it's easier to tell, right? But it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, especially when they're famous. Like, it's so hard to know anything for sure about like famous people. But people who are really good with money and have a lot of money are not the type of billionaire to reject, or what's the word, spit on, disregard $100, $200. There are wealthy billionaires that, don't care about throwing $10,000 down the drain because they're so wealthy, and they'll always be crazy wealthy, and it doesn't matter how many businesses they start and they lose, and they'll do whatever with their employees, and they'll blah 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 blah, throw money around, being bad with money, blah 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 blah. But then there's people who are really, really good with money who also are very, very wealthy. And I don't know a lot about Mr. Beast, but I do know that he is incredibly wealthy and very, very dedicated to his business of extravagance and content creation and all of that. So I imagine he's probably in the camp of like the overlapping circles of being very good with money and also very wealthy. And probably he even at his level of wealth, he would probably be very excited about just someone giving him $100,000 because he knows how life-changing of an amount that is. He immediately has a plan and an idea of what to do with that, and what the best ways are to do, or sorry, what the best ways are to use that, what the best things are to do with that. He already has that, but the people who he's giving $100,000 to might not have his level of insight or knowledge. All they know is that it's a massive an amount of money with massive potential, but they don't know what to do with it yet. They need to call their mom, they need to do some research, they need to go to the bank, they need to I don't know, go on Facebook Marketplace and figure their shit out, right? So it makes sense that they would be not extremely excited, but still happy. And it's not necessarily because they're bad with money, but it's just because they're in a very different world. They're in a very different world. But yeah, I have a feeling that if Mr. Beast feels like these people aren't excited enough, it's not necessarily because he is like a bad person. It might just be because he is excited about that level of money. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? He's like, this would make me so excited, even at my level of wealth. I would be so excited to receive this money because I have a million projects that I'm working on, and I could put that towards these different things. And that is the kind of person who is very wealthy and also good with money. Whereas someone who's very wealthy and not very good with money, if you gave them $100,000, they would be like, I make this in 1 hour passively. I don't care. Take it back. I'll drop it on the ground. I'll forget about it. You think you want to give me money? Ugh, you little idiot. I have 10 islands. But someone who's good with money won't scoff at that. I think. I don't know that. I don't know that for sure. I'm just joking. I don't know. Nobunaga, thank you. Thanks Oh my god, that's so true, Destructicon. If someone gave me a bag of apples in the short term, I'd probably be more excited to get that than $1,000. But in the long term, I could buy so many apples with $1,000. I totally vibe with that. Which is like kind of a sign of like, you know, maybe my IQ's not all the way up. But man, like when someone feeds me, like they are mother. They are mother. When someone gives me $1,000, they're I don't know what they are. I have to figure it out. I have to be like, oh my god, who are you? What am I gonna do with this? I have to do something important if someone gives me $1,000. It's just money, reptile brain reaction, food, good money. Yeah, not food. Money, not food. Not food. 100k apples. Oh my gosh. What a beautiful sight. What a beautiful sight. Damn it, now I have to go to the bank to deposit it. That's at least an hour chore. So true. So true, so true. So true. I've got 30 pounds of sweet potatoes from my garden. I've got to figure out what to do with it. Oh my gosh, what a good problem. Sweet potato pie, sweet potato french fries, sweet potato oatmeal, baked sweet potato, sweet potato butter, sweet potato taco, sweet potato casserole, sweet potato stew. Sweet potato bath. Ogden's really thinking. Do you have any recipes with lemons? Man, go to Cyprus. Every recipe is lemons. Take any recipe, and just drizzle lemon on it, and now it's Cypriot. Like the country of Cyprus? Yes, the country of Cyprus. They go hard with their lemons. Lemon on everything. Take any meal and involve a lemon, and now it's a Cypriot meal. Cypriot cooking. Cypriot cooking. Just add lemon. I don't know if a tamale with lemon would be tasty. Yeah, tell that to a Cypriot. Hello, Thirsties. Welcome in. Hello, Sir Wolf. potato. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Potato, 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 potato. Potato, 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 potato. Potato, 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 potato. Dude, Andrew Tate ruined potatoes. I have to call them potatoes now. Potato. 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 Oh. Potato. 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 Someone a while back recommended the folklore-inspired band called the Theological, and I've been digging them. Gets me in the mood for adventure and ready for the Over the Garden Wall special coming out next month. You know, the other day on my walk I listened to a lot of the Over the Garden Wall soundtrack. Some of my old favorite pieces. Such a good soundtrack. Potatoes et molasses. Potatoes et molasses. Nobunaga, I'm going to reject your word redeem. I know it's totally innocent, but I feel like people may clip it and use it out of context, or listen to it out of context in a weird way, because sometimes people are bad. Play on. Thank you for your prime. Thank you so much. B, click, L, A, shk, Y, sk, O, sk, N, click, 80, shk, 3, click. Thank you. I think papita would be fine. Papita. 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 Shaka, shaka. Papita, 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 papita. 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 You know, Destructicon, you just asked what I have sticky noted. None of these are sticky notes, but I do have bookmarks. But, like, I just bookmark where I am often, but I have too many. They move around, so, like, I'm not actually marking, like, anything specific. I just start reading the Bible at different points whenever I do, and bookmark as I go. But it's like, I'm in a lot of places. Exactly. This is, I don't read the Bible from start to finish. I kind of read it all at once. All at once. All the time. But I don't really know what's bookmarked right now. So let's see. Book of Joshua, chapter 10. So this translation spells Joshua Josue, so it's like, I don't know how I'm supposed to say that. Josh. And they spell Canaan. I'm usually used to Canaan, C-A-N-A-A-N, but they spell it C-H-A-N-A-A-N. Canaan. So it's like Shanan. But I always read it in my head as just Joshua and Canaan, because that's how it's usually said in, I don't know, church and in more modern translations. The same day Joshua took Masada and destroyed it with the edge of the sword, and killed the king and all the inhabitants thereof. He left not in it the least remains, and he did to the king of Makeda as he had done to the king of Jericho. Probably Masada, like Macedonia, but it's just Masada. And he passed from Masada with all Israel to Lebna, and fought against it, and the Lord delivered it with the king thereof into the hands of Israel. And they destroyed the city with the edge of the sword, and all the inhabitants thereof. They did not leave it in any remains. And they did this to the king of Lebna, as they had done to the king of Jericho. So that's where I am in that. And then, Book of Kings, chapter 19. And when King Ezekias heard these words, he rent his garments and covered himself with the sackcloth, and went to the house of the Lord. And he sent Eliasim, who was over the house, and Sobna with the scribe, and the ancients of the priests covered with sackcloths, to Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos. And they said to him, Thus saith Ezekias, This is a day of tribulation, and of rebuke, and of blasphemy. The children are come to the birth, and the woman in travail hath not strength. It may be the Lord thy God will hear all the words of the Rabsaces, whom the king of the Assyrians his master hath sent to reproach the living God, and to reprove with words which the Lord thy God hath heard. And do thou offer prayer for the remnants that are found. No, seriously, all the names that start with J in English are originally Y started. Yeah, I know that, but I always feel self-conscious actually doing it. But like, yeah, I learned in school it's like Yeshua and Yehovah and all of that. But like, no one actually does it, so it feels pretentious. It's kind of like going to the store, like going to like the American cafe and pronouncing the Spanish dishes in Spanish in like a Spanish dialect, even though it's not even like a Mexican cafe. And you're like, I'll have the pizza. You're like, I'll have the pizza and the hamburger and the tortilla con queso. That wasn't a very good example. It feels pretentious, though, to say Yeshua. I don't know. It feels pretentious. But, yes. Yes. Right, like buying a croissant. I'll have a croissant and a hamburger and a bratwurst. Papitas con huevo. Exactly. The next one that I have is Psalm. I don't know if I bookmarked this for Psalm 42, 43, or 44 because they're all on this page. I think probably 42, a prayer for strength and light. Judge me, O God, and plead my cause against a nation that is not holy. Deliver me from the unjust and deceitful man, for thou art my strength, O God. Why hast thou cast me off? Why do I go sorrowful whilst the enemy afflicts me? Send forth thy light and thy faithfulness. Let them lead me. Let them bring me unto thy holy hill and into thy tabernacles. And I will go unto the altar of God, to the God of my joy and exaltation, and I will give praise to thee upon the harp. O God, my God, why art thou sad, O my soul, and troubled within me? Hope in God, for I will again praise him, the salvation of my countenance and my God. I love the sad psalms. I love the melodramatic Bible. Amen. Shaka, 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 shaka. Does anyone know if the join feature on YouTube is currently disabled? If it is, that is news to me as well. But welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Do you have a favorite psalm? No, I don't. Maybe I should, but I don't. I like a lot of psalms. But I don't have a favorite. I don't really have a favorite anything in the Bible. You know, I hardly have a favorite anything at all in real life. It's an ongoing problem. I don't have, like, a favorite color. Or, like, a favorite song. Or, like, a favorite anything. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Favorite cat? I mean, I love my cat. She is probably my favorite cat. But I've also had many cats in my life and feel sad to choose between them. You know, I have one favorite living cat, and that's my cat. But if I had to choose between all the cats that I've lived with, I don't think I could choose. That's true, Destructicon. My favorite dinosaur is the plesiosaur. But if someone asked me why, I wouldn't really have much to tell them. I just say because I decided. I was 6 years old and I decided my favorite dinosaur was the plesiosaur. I can't prove it to you why it's worthy. Do you have a preferred train style? Electric, steam, bullet train? No. I do not. You're such a people plesiosaur, Sleepy. You know what? I'm gonna take it as a compliment. Thank you. Thank you for your tip, Nobunaga. Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you. Can you pull out our negative thoughts and put happy thoughts? Absolutely. Absolutely. I was just like, oh, I better mark this spot in the Bible. So I have a bookmark and I put a pen in it. It's so stupid. I don't need there's a bookmark. I was going through my bookmarks. Okay. Let's put that down. Put that down. Let me position myself. I'm a little bit far from my camera, but I think it's okay. Listen up, okay? I know life is stressful, but there's a lot of life that isn't stressful. So we gotta make room for the happy thoughts by just pulling out some of the negative thoughts. Pulling out the anxiety or the fear. any sort of distrust for the world, any discomfort. And before we put in the good thoughts, let's just enjoy feeling a little empty-headed for a minute. Let's just enjoy having a big blank spot in your brain. A big void to be filled. A nothing head full of nothing except for nothing, and nothing on top. No negativity. And now let's find some good thoughts down here, and then push them in. Let's just push those thoughts into your head. Just push those good thoughts into your head. Let's just take all of that positive energy from the whole universe and push it into your head. Push it into positive happiness. Positive happiness and joy and wonder. Let's just put all the good stuff in there. All the good stuff. Some sprinkles of happy. Some sprinkles of hope. Hope and joy. Love and gratitude. Love and gratitude. And your brain is going to be so full of those things, it could almost pop. Your brain could almost pop because it has so much wonderfulness in it. But you know what? Right before it pops from being so full of positive thoughts, we're going to stop. And you just get to enjoy feeling great. Okay? Feeling great. Whoops. Hello, Jerome. Welcome in. Welcome in. I would like to thank Ogden for these hands. And Jerome, now that you're here, sent me this necklace to my P.O. box. Not that. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble picking it up. Just give me a minute here. This gorgeous necklace. And I really like it. So thank you, Pearl. I did get the tiny hands. Thank you so much for them, August. Hello, Neatrix. Hello, Neatrix. Hello, Neatrix. Welcome in. Sleepy, can you please touch our collective face with your tiny hands? Yes. I can do some more of that. Oh no. Oh no. I can't let y'all see. Concealed. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm still growing into them. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Here's head pats. Here's head pats. Touching one eye. Touching the other eye. Look at that big smile you have. I've been having to deal with power outages, so I was just able to join the stream and now have to lurk. But behave, y'all, and still watching. Farewell, Brown. Thank you for your lurk. Hope your power comes back soon. Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Where is she? Where is she? Peekaboo. Sleep, you need to make a member video where you reawaken brain rot Bambi using the power of those tiny hands. I'll take it into consideration. I can consider the idea in the idea box. Do you know anything about the I Ching? I do. I own a copy of the I Ching. I'm 4 eyes and 4 hands. Want to see something weird? What if I did like this? What if I did like this? Huh? What if I just stuck these in here? How's that make y'all feel? How's this? Whoops. 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 Make the sleeves always cup your face. I don't think I can make them always cup my face, but I can make them always kind of, it's kind of creepy them coming out of the back of my hair like that. I'm not mad at it. Just kind of... Oh wait, this one's turned the wrong way. Maybe I should do like this. Just have them kind of confusingly coming out. There we go. How many likes do you have? Enough. Okay? Enough. Nothing happened. Oh, nothing's happening. Sorry, I'm just shedding. It happens sometimes. just shedding a little bit. Just shedding a little bit. Did you see the new hurricane projected to hit Florida? No. What's its name? When? What? Is Florida okay? What's the news? Give me the news. Give me the deets. Give me the deets. Give me the deets. Helena? Is it Helena or Helene? When I see that, I think Helena. 3 syllables. 3 syllables, but it might be Helene. We did have Francine, Helene. I guess they kind of go together. Alright, for Nobunaga, we have a word rapport. Ingatoronia, Toronia, Ingatoronia, 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 Ingatoronia. Hello, Ukrainiano. Ukrainiano. Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you. I'm tapping on boxes, thinking about the world, thinking about the entire universe currently, thinking about you, as a collective, and how much I like chat. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about chat. I'm thinking about chat as a collective, and how I like y'all. And I think that there's so many content creators who don't like their audience. And there are moments where I feel frustrated, okay? But by and large, oh my gosh, I really feel like y'all are hilarious and smart and fun to make content for and engage with, and kind, and I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. Very grateful for y'all, especially female content creators. I don't often think of myself as like, oh, I'm a female Twitch streamer. I'm a woman on the man web. So I think part of that is because I didn't realize that the internet was male dominated. I knew that Twitch as a gaming space was male dominated for like as long as forever, but I didn't know that the internet was male dominated until like last year, and someone told me that, and I was like, there's no way. And that's because I grew up on the internet and I'm a woman, and I've always watched female content creators, and I never thought of women as a minority on the internet. I never thought of being a woman. I never thought of being a woman on the internet as like a notable thing. Tumblr was female dominated, that's what I'm saying, Dolly, and like that's kind of where I started, like existing on the internet. I became an internet person on Tumblr, and I consumed a lot of YouTube whenever I was young, so I always just was like, yeah, I'm a woman and I'm on the internet, and that's not like a notable thing. And I was on Instagram whenever I was younger as well. And whenever someone told me last year, I think it was around last fall, that YouTube was a male-dominated space, it like kind of blew my mind, because they were right. I looked it up and like, yeah, it's true. I can't remember what the actual number is, but it's like, oh, hi girl, the gap is closing every year, but I think it's still like 60 or 70% of like YouTube is, the audience is like male, which is so surprising to me, because again, whenever I was young, I mean, 9 out of the 10 creators that I was watching were women, and I was like, I never thought of them as doing anything revolutionary by being women, and I don't think that they thought of themselves as doing something revolutionary by virtue of being a woman either. And that's not to say that it's not revolutionary, or that's not to say that it's not important and valuable. I think it is. But like, I was watching a video earlier today about, in a lot of ways, like the struggle of being a female content creator. And I personally feel the struggles of being a content creator, but I've never felt, well, I mean, maybe I have. I felt some struggles of being like a female content creator, but I've never considered them to be like uniquely disadvantageous compared to the disadvantages of being any kind of thing, being a creator who talks about, whose content is like around their disability, being a male content creator, being a content creator of like a ethnic minority. Like all of these things have, there's advantages and disadvantages to them. You have a niche audience, but less of an audience. You have a louder voice in some conversations and a quieter voice in other conversations. You're valued for the way that you look. You're not valued for the way that you look. Your expectations are like flippy floppy, topsy turvy, depending on who you are. But I've never thought of my womanhood specifically as being like particularly disadvantageous. It has disadvantages, but not more disadvantages than many other things. And I think a lot of that, the feeling of that feeling that I have, I think a lot of that is because I've never thought of my audience as being like particularly perceptive of my status as a woman. Even though my audience is mostly male, I'm never like, oh, I have to appeal to the male audience, or oh, I have to appeal to the female audience. I've always just, like, done what was fun to do, or what I wanted to do, or what was challenging to do, and I think that that's had an interesting effect on both, like, the audience that kind of naturally got cultivated through that, but also my perspective of my audience. Like, maybe I'm delusional. And all of these things, like, really, really do matter and affect me positively and affect me negatively, but maybe I'm, like, so delusional that, like, it literally doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Or maybe my feeling of it not mattering is actually true. And that would be based. That would be super based. But either way, I just really like my audience. And I'm really happy that y'all are here. And I'm happy that y'all are who you are. I'm happy that I don't feel like I'm constantly belittled or overly sexualized or seen as, you know, unmarred and perfectly innocent and all these things. I've never felt like my audience has had, like, a dehumanizing, reductive view of me. And there's been individuals who have, individual commenters or chatters, but, like, my actual audience, my study audience, I've never felt like that. And that's something that a lot of female creators struggle with, the feeling of being belittled, and that belittlement comes usually from either being seen as just a object, an aesthetic object, or, well, yeah, I would say being an aesthetic object of either, you know, the sexual nature or the virginal nature, the Madonna or the whore, right? And I've just never felt like that. I don't think that my audience is under the delusion that I am either. And I'm pretty happy. That makes me happy, you know? That makes me happy. Hello, McJake. Welcome in. Destructicon says, I think your particular form of content creation benefits for not needed to target specific demographic, but some other content creators, specifically in modeling and cosplay, feel like they do. That's fair. You mentioned one time your female audience was increasing a bit. Is it still increasing today? My female audience is steady, I would say. It's steady. It's around 20%, at least on YouTube. I don't know about Twitch. Twitch doesn't have as detailed of analytics. But my female audience fluctuates between, like, 19 and 22, 23%. And I'm happy with that. And, you know, I'm happy to see it grow, happy to see it shrink. I'm not really, like... I'm not like, oh, I'd better do X, Y, or Z thing to attain a female audience. I will say, in general in life, I have felt a desire for female approval much more than I've felt a desire for male approval. Hello. And I think a lot of that is because I've had mostly guy friends for my life growing up, and my female friends growing up have been mostly pretty they've been very, like, non-traditionally female / queer / whatever. And I haven't had in my life, I haven't been in, like, hyper femme female spaces often. I've been in female spaces that were not hyper feminine, and I love those spaces. I love those spaces so much. Hello, my dear. You are being adorable right now. But yeah, I feel like I haven't had a lot of female approval in my life. And so every time that I get it, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's amazing, whereas like I've always gotten along pretty well with guys and queer girls, and so it's not that I don't care about their approval, but it's more like I feel comfortable and natural around those people, so it's like I feel more confident. I feel much less confident around whenever I'm like with a lot of like girly girls. But I crave the approval of the girly girls, for sure. You know, one place that's stereotypically seen as femme from the outside looking in is theater, but I imagine it's not really, right? Just by the nature of the art. So musical theater, I will say, is much more femme. Theater as a whole, definitely not. But musical theater, yes. And musical theater, I would say, in my history, is one of those hyper femme spaces where I always felt like a fish out of water. And I always felt weird. Now, in other realms of theater, whenever I was doing, more physical theater or straight plays or Shakespeare, heightened speech stuff, those spaces were more mixed. They weren't very gendered at all, really, I would say. Like, there were women, there were men, there were girly girls, there were manly men, there were a lot of queer people as well, and I felt very comfortable there. You're telling me that a theater space was filled with a lot of people who didn't conform to the rigid gender traditions and standards that exist in society? It's true, Agan. It's true. What's up, girl? But I've also, like, my relationship with my audience has also changed over time. There was definitely an era where I was very afraid of my audience, and because I didn't know who you were, and I didn't really know what to expect from my audience. But the more I created content and kind of kept seeing people show up again and again, no matter what I made, or it's not no matter what I made, but it's like no matter how much I was myself, people kept coming back, the more I felt like maybe I could kind of trust my audience with a lot of elements of myself, It was very much like, I'm trying to think of an analogy. I know there's a good one. Like, give the person the big red button and then see if it works out. Like, I didn't trust my audience and then start making content. Embarrassing, cringe, vulnerable content. I made the embarrassing, cringe, vulnerable content and was like, I hope I don't get effed over for this. And that's why I was afraid of my audience, because I was already doing it, I was already making it, and I was like, I knew I was gonna keep doing it. And y'all, my audience has like pulled through in a lot of ways. And being on the internet is scary still and like vulnerable, but I've always enjoyed the vulnerability as well, and like I wouldn't want to make content if I wasn't being vulnerable, because then it's like, what's the point, I guess, for me. But I'm glad that it's been working out okay. I'm glad. Hi, Sleepy. Let me introduce myself. I'm a Sigma male, and I'm big on macking the females. You know what I mean? Oh, I know what you mean, Agan. I know what you mean. You like to be more open with your people, or it's still scaring you? I have always enjoyed being open, because I always like making art that is vulnerable. To me, a lot of the sensation of like art, from the creator's standpoint, what makes something feel artistic for me is whenever it's a little bit scary and it's a little bit vulnerable. And that doesn't have to be the case for everyone. A lot of people get the sensation of being an artist when they make something beautiful, or whenever they make something that perfectly elucidates a specific idea. But for me, the feeling of being an artist comes from being a little bit edgy in my vulnerability. Like, oh, I'm being vulnerable. Now I feel like I'm making art. Even if it's shitty art, it feels like it's art whenever I'm being vulnerable. And so I've always loved to do that. Where was I going with this? I don't remember. But I think it's... Let me see if I can remind myself. You still like being more open with your people, or it's still scaring you? Oh, yeah, so I guess it's always scaring me, is what I'm saying. It's always scaring me, but I've learned to enjoy that fear rather than, like, listen to it. If that makes sense. Yes, Pumpkin Lunatic, you're so right. Also, I love your name, and welcome to the chat. I've noticed anytime I'm writing a song and it low-key makes me anxious, it's usually my best stuff. Yeah, I feel that. That cringe bleeding heart content, Kingdom Hearts lore explainers, as it turns out. So true. So true. She really just loves headbutting the microphone. Oof. Got so much cat fur up my nose. What is it, girl? Yes, Ace is Ace. She doth purr, she doth purr, 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 purr. You are just such a little attention monger, aren't you? She likes slamming her head into me more than me petting her. Hello, lovely Sunny. Yeah, Ace is Ace. I have a feeling if I move my hands, she will push it away. Big thing about the gym today? What you got, McJake? What's your big thing? What's your big thing about the gym? PR and deadlift, 425 pounds. That is crazy. That is crazy. My leg bruise actually might be gone now. Oh no, it's still there, but it has faded substantially. It's just a little brown, my little leg bruise. Just like a slight brown, hardly there. Hardly there. Neatrix, thank you for your tip. Thank you so much, Neatrix. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Can we still find you cute though? I'll excuse it. I'll excuse it. Thank you, Neatrix. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, that must not have fallen on your leg that hard. It didn't. My leg wasn't like on the ground and I didn't like drop it on. It was more like I was carrying the 45-pound plate and it fell and kind of slid down my leg and I pushed it with my leg away so that it didn't fall on my toes. So it wasn't a full hard fall, but I did kind of catch it on my knee and strategically slide it away from my foot, my little toes. Gracie, you are so sweet. You are so cute. You saved yourself from a broken foot? I think so. I do think so. I do think so, if I say so myself. Hello, spooky fish. Welcome in. We're just doing cat ASMR right now, I guess. Oh, there she goes. In a puff of fur. There she goes. 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 Out into the world. Carlos, thank you for your prime. Thank you very much. C A R click L O sh C 1 1 1 2. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carlos, for your prime. For KS, we have a word rep for chocolatito. Sorry. Chocolatita, chocolatito, 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 chocolatito. Empire Builder, welcome to the chat. Glad to fuel your industrious industry. Chocolatito, chocolatito. And Sir Wolf, thank you for your bits. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will try to stay cute until the day I die, alright? I'll be in the grave. Cute. I'll be a cute-ass skeleton. I'll be cute while the maggots crawl through my eye sockets and eat what's left of my eye socket flesh. I'll be cute when the spiders lay eggs in my dead ears. And whatever else. I'll try. Click, click, click. Chocolate. Yes, you're welcome, spooky fish. You're welcome. You're welcome. Chocolatito. 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 So long as you have your fox ears and tiny hands with the skeleton, you'll be cute. Good. Chocolatito. 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 Tito. 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 Chocolatito. Chocolatito. And for little Sharky, we have a word rapport. Little Sharky. Little Sharky, pay attention. Little Sharky. Little Sharky. Little Sharky. Little Sharky. Little Sharky. Little Sharky, little Sharky, why is this so hard? Little Sharky, why is this so hard? Little Sharky, there are multiple planes, okay, of space. I am not two-dimensional, and that's why this is hard. Little Sharky, little Sharky, little Sharky. Little Sharky, little Sharky, little Sharky. I can't do it, it's too hard. Little Sharky, little Sharky, little Sharky. Little Sharky, little Sharky. Little Sharky, little Sharky. Little Sharky, little Sharky. Little Sharky. My cat is playing with a crunchy toy that I'm sure y'all can hear. She seems to have just stopped. But she has a crunchy toy. She's crunching. She's crinkling. Little Sharky, little Sharky, little Sharky, little Sharky. And for Drippy Neutron, here's your name trace. D, sh, R, click, I, dot, P, P, Y, sh, N, U, sk, E, click, D, click, R, O, N, sk. Thank you. Drippy Neutron, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. How's your reading journey going? What a good question, Destructicon. I would say I'm behind. But I'm not too far behind. Just a little behind. I'm probably going to read the Creation book next. Or probably going to finish the Creation book next, if I had to guess. Because it's the one that I have been reading for the past 2 nights. And it's fun. It's pretty fun. I've learned a lot about creationism, although most of it so far has been kind of review. The author hasn't gotten to his argument yet, really. He's kind of just going over a review of like the field of young earth creationism, I guess, and talking about what people are already saying. Do you agree with any of the points? There's definitely some that I hard disagree with, but it's not really like agree or disagree. It's more like, here are some reasons why old earth is questionable, and there are definitely some of the points that I'm like, that's a ridiculous point, and then there's other ones that I'm like, I feel like I would have to ask a scientist to understand why this is wrong, You know what I mean? Like, I don't agree with it because I'm not, because I don't just agree with anything. But there's some points that are a little bit beyond my, I mean, I understand the point, but I don't necessarily understand the counter argument for it, because he doesn't offer the counter argument for it, obviously. So, there's some where I'm like, yeah, I don't know what the counter argument is for that, but there probably is one that's really good. Any example? No, I don't want to learn the counterpoint right now, which is why I don't want to talk about examples. I want to fall into this book like I would fall into the Silmarillion, you know? I want to just allow myself to be consumed with creationist ideology, and then whenever I finish, I will probably do some research on specifically the more convincing arguments so that I can understand the ways that they are not convincing. But I want to fall into it. I want to let myself be convinced a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, for fun. Very interesting. What's the title of the book? I don't even remember. It has creation in the title, I think. But I can't remember the title. I'll go get it. I'll go get it again. I'll go get it. It is the ultimate proof of creation, resolving the origins debate, by Jason Leslie. Yeah, I want to see if my library has it. Yeah, go ahead. I don't know how popular of a book it is, honestly. I just know one specific creationist old lady in my life who highly recommended it and gave it to me. She didn't really give it to me. She recommended it to me suggestively, you know? And I was like, okay. If you vouch for this book, it must be good. Ultimate proof. I love it because I studied math and I love logic. Very good, very good. Yeah, I will say, like, the most annoying thing to me about the book so far is it is kind of like banging you over the head a little bit with the thesis statement. And I have other books arguing for specific points that do this as well, and it's an academic approach. So it's in line with, like, academic work where people are arguing for a point. But it's like at the end of every chapter, it's like, and this is why Genesis is real. Or, you know, and this is why the young earth must be the thing, period. And I'm just, like, tired of seeing the thesis statement. I'm just tired of it. You know what I mean? But I'm okay with it. I understand. He's just trying to convince me of a thing. Yeah. If I had a more ASMR book, I would totally do rambles about how trains are the coziest form of transportation. Imagine not loving in an air-conditioned dome car, gently rocking back and forth as you glide through mountain valleys or rolling farmland. So peak. Oh, not book, voice. That's fair, that's fair. I would love to go on a nice passenger train at some point in my life, like to the other side of the US or something. But it takes so much time. It takes so much time to travel by train. But also, they are so cozy. I totally understand your point, Empire Builder. One of my earliest memories, I was a toddler during this. Well, no, I wasn't a toddler. I think I was 3 or maybe 4, but my family took a trip to Michigan. We were from Louisiana, and we took a train up to Michigan, and it's some of my earliest memories are on that train, and they're very happy memories. I loved that trip. It felt so luxurious, and I'm sure in real life it wasn't as fancy as I remember it. I think everything just seemed so big because I was so small, but like, oh my goodness, it felt so exciting when I was a little kid. Yes, the specialness, exactly. Homunculicious, exactly. I guess the chapter isn't that convincing to make you more confident in the thesis. Yeah, so like the way the book is organized and where I am in the book right now, he's just going over all of the classic arguments for creation, and then later in the book he talks about his argument, which is like a new argument, and it's the ultimate proof. So I haven't really gotten to like the good part, right? But at the beginning, when he's just talking about all the classic arguments, which is good for me because I don't know the classic arguments for creation, because I've never really been in a creationist circle. So he's just going over all these classical arguments, and by themselves, most of them are very unconvincing to me. It's more like he's pointing out scientific mysteries that are scientific mysteries, but to me the assumption from most of these mysteries is not, oh, the earth must be young, it's, oh, we should look into that. You know what I mean? Like, that one doesn't, the mysteries pointed out don't lead to me thinking the earth is young. It makes me think, oh, we should do more research on carbon stuff, or oh, we should do more research on comets, and oh, we should do more research, because there's like mysteries, there's indications with carbon dating and comet tails and all this stuff that something funky is happening with time. But again, to me, that just makes me think, oh, we need to do more science to figure out what's happening, rather than like, oh, the earth must be young. But there are some arguments where I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I've never thought of that before. And it does feel indicative of a much deeper incongruity in the conventional, like, history of the world. And I'm enjoying, kind of letting myself be consumed by the incongruity for the time being. Is there a history on how creationist arguments evolve over the years? No, I don't think so. No. Someone should do that, though. That would be interesting. It would be, I'm sure there is a book somewhere that goes over, like, the history of religions contending with new science, especially Christianity contending with new science over the year. Not specifically like creationism versus old earth, but just, the firmament, natural selection, all of these things. A good long history of Christians contending with science. Especially considering, a lot of these scientists were Christian, so it's not like science is set up against Christianity, but it is very much more that science complicates Christianity, I think, in ways that I would hope the church can embrace and celebrate. I really like the take that, like, God reveals himself in all of creation, including science, Whenever we discover new things, we are experiencing more of, like, the revelation, and I like that take. Welcome, never mind my skill. Welcome into the chat. Damn, you all missed Einstein, huh? Time is a fourth dimension, by the way, proven. Excellent. I'm a big fan of time, I must say. How long until we see you on the Joe Rogan podcast advocating for young Earth? Look. If Joe Rogan gets me on his podcast, I will make him do ASMR. I'm not leaving that set until Joe Rogan speaks softly into the mic, whispers a little bit, and does some That's gonna be your goal? Hell yeah. I think it would be good and interesting to see how the Bible gets renegotiated throughout the years from their viewpoint. Yeah. Yes, fall into it. It helps read with some of our biases, I think. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't want to read the book like a debate, bro. I don't like, oh gosh, I hate engaging with the world like I'm in a debate. And I'm gonna be honest, I unfortunately have, like, a lot of stances and a lot of principles. I do. I'm Catholic and I'm vegan. And honestly, that's enough. There's more, but those two are easy to name. They're labels. And because of that, people ask me a lot of questions. Like in my real life, like at family reunions, you know, people come at me. They're like, explain yourself. Explain yourself. And everywhere that I am, I feel like oftentimes, you know, people are, I'm having to be a thing. And I don't enjoy debating. I don't enjoy, like, having to justify my choices. I do it because I also want to be honest and I want to stand by my principles and all of this, but I definitely love indulging in, like, letting go of the debate energy and just letting myself be convinced of something whenever I'm in a fantasy, whenever I'm in a book, whenever I'm reading a philosophy that I don't agree with. Like, I'll engage with it like a debate bro afterwards when I have to. But while I'm talking to the person, while I'm reading the book, I'ma just leave that all at the door. I don't feel like fighting. No, just convince me. Convince me, documentary. Convince me that, you know, Atlantis is north of Ireland. Convince me that the aliens did X, Y, or Z thing. I'll debate it after, in my head. But for now, just let me escape. I've grown to hate debate and explain nothing. That's fair, Taylor. That's fair, Taylor. Super fair. I mean, you have an interesting view on subjects, but the reason some of that won't be researched is because it's so expensive. Yeah, that's also fair. One side of my family could get very debatey in the past, but life experiences I have given them more understanding. Right. I mean, like, so for me, I think a lot of it is that a lot of my family or my friends, people who I'm talking to at work or whatever, they're not debate bros. They don't want to debate either. But because I'm the one with the principles, I think they maybe assume that I want to debate. Because they're like, oh, why did you go vegan? Well, how do you feel about backyard eggs? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? I think they assume that I want to have these conversations because I'm the vegan and like, oh, you must want to talk about these things. But I don't. But also, I feel like an obligation to answer their questions because I do these things because I believe in them and I want other people to understand them. But I don't, like, always have the energy or, I don't know, the desire. Like, I want to hear about other people's lives. I don't know. Like, I don't always want to feel like I have to justify those choices that I've made. Honestly, like, there's so many things, like, yeah, veganism and Catholic are, like, the two labels, but, like, even with a lot of people, I have to, like, I bet a lot of y'all can understand this, justifying to people who don't understand the fact that you like video games. It's like, you have been playing video games for so long, and when grandma asks you why you like video games, you want her to understand. You don't want her to hate video games, so you feel like you should probably explain it. But it's such like a boring topic to you inside of your own head of why you like video games, because you've liked video games for like over a decade now. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm still having this conversation. And that's kind of how it feels sometimes. But, like, of course I will keep having the conversation, because it's an important conversation to have. We want the video game stigma to go away. So I will keep having the conversation. And sometimes it'll be interesting and fun, because the person I'm talking to is going to bring something new to the table, and it will be interesting and fun. But sometimes it's just like, I don't want to have to justify that I like playing video games right now. Big Jake says, see, I'm a simple man with simple needs. All we need are boobs. No one can argue that. We all don't like boobs, you know? That's fair, McJake. People don't often have to get defensive over liking boobs. That's fair. That's fair. You know, whenever I was a kid, it didn't click for me that, like, boobs are squishy. But what did click for me was that bras are squishy. I knew that bras were squishy. Like, they're squishy. And I remember being a kid, like, in the underwear section of Walmart, and I was like, oh my gosh, I really want to just, like, squish the bras. What a time. What a time. Did you think if you took off the bra, the boobs underneath were hard as rocks? I just never thought about the boobs. I never thought about the boobs when I was a kid. I just thought about how squishy the bras were. Because, like, I didn't want, like, I was a kid. I just wasn't thinking about bodies in that way. I wasn't thinking about what's always underneath clothing. Like, I didn't think about those parts of anyone's body. But I did think about bras because I saw them, and I was like, oh, squishy, 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 squishy. Oh, that's very true, Taylor. I feel like I debated to discover myself, but now that I've found myself, I don't want to explain myself. I simply am. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Game for the tingles, stay for the conversation, going from creationism to squishiness of boobs in less than 5 minutes. We got you covered, Big Lays. We got you covered. We do it all here. Our likes don't define our values. We exhibit values in our actions, but we shouldn't have a shame for our likes. Yeah, I agree with that too. So I've had a lot of conversations recently with people about, like, how we deserve to feel, and I think that they're kind of invalid conversations, honestly. It always frustrates me whenever people are like, do I deserve to feel mad about this? Or do I deserve to feel jealous about this? Do I deserve to feel resentment about this? Do I deserve to feel abandoned? It's like that. I mean, we don't deserve, like, any of our feelings, or / we deserve all of them. We just kind of, I don't, like, feelings just happen, And I don't think that deserving has anything to do with it. Feelings just happen. And we just deal with them. You know? We just deal with them. You listen to them and you move forward. You make a decision and you move forward. If you didn't deserve to feel whatever you were feeling, that doesn't change the fact that you're feeling it. If you don't deserve to feel mad, guess what? You're still mad. You still have to do something about it. If you don't deserve to feel resentment, guess what? You still feel it. So, like, you still have to do something about it. I don't know. It's just like a weird conversation. I feel like it's come up with people recently, and I never know how to respond. Because in the moment, I don't want to tell them that it doesn't matter and that their question is stupid. I have to be like, let's figure out how to move forward. No, here's your name trace. Here's your name trace. And click oshk. And click oshk. Hsk. Hey. Hey. Thank you. 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 We are in an epidemic of overthinking. I feel like it's kind of been always, Taylor. I feel like it's the human condition. But, yes. But also, like, I don't think it's new. But it is happening. It's kind of like how we've always been dying of heart disease, right? We're in an epidemic of dying. We're in an epidemic of being born. But also, yes, it is quite the epidemic. Fear is the mind killer. When it passes, I will be all that remains. Oof. Good one. Good one, Locha. But what I need to feel, like if I get mad with someone, what is the feeling I need to feel? It's hard to not feel anything. If you get mad with someone, it probably depends on why you're mad. What do you need to feel if you are mad with someone? That's an interesting question. I think a lot of times madness is rooted in like a feeling of injustice. So probably if you're mad with someone, what you want is recognition, reciprocity, justice. Probably what you want to feel is a sense of fairness. But like, I don't know, if you're mad, I mean, what you need to feel is happy, but you can't just make that happen. You have to do something to get there. You have to figure out how to get the reciprocity that you need, or the recognition that you need, or to leave the situation, or like whatever it is. But I don't think, whenever you are mad, I don't think it's very productive to be like, I think it is productive to ask, why am I mad? I think it's unproductive to be like, do I deserve to be mad? Or should I be mad? I think those are like unproductive questions. They can sometimes be productive, but like, usually, why do I feel mad? What do I do about it? Are gonna be like the best questions. Now, if you're like always mad at everyone around you, then I think it's okay to question like, why do I feel mad all the time? Because then you're not trying to get happy. Exactly. You're trying to like solve the problem of being mad all the time, which might involve like, you know, reframing your whole like world, like going to therapy or like reading some self-help books or like going to church. I don't know. You gotta change something much more big if you're like always feeling something that you don't want to be always feeling. Welcome, Mr. Diaz, and also welcome Parth Gamer or Part H Gamer. I'm not sure, but welcome in. Welcome. Mitochlorians is honestly a good representation of society transitioning into being deconstructive ways of modern thought, into being deconstructive ways of modern thought ruining something. Interesting. By overthinking, I mean quantifying things that ought to be abstract and mystical. Ah. Yes. The great issue of secularization. I understand that. I do understand that. I still don't think it's new. I think that we continue to frame reality in new ways throughout time and throughout culture. And it is always frustrating for the people who realize it's just a new framework and not a new not a new substance. Like, let me see if I can come up with an example. When regimes change, when great regimes change, when scientific knowledge transforms, when how we think of health changes in these like massive ways, we are learning about the universe, and we are actually learning and expanding our ideas, expanding the canon of human knowledge, right? But on like a purely kind of pop cultural or like mass cultural level, whenever we switch from kind of using pagan language to using Christian language, to using scientific language, to using psychological language. But the pop culture, the masses, we're all just talking about the same things, but over time using different words for it. Whether you call someone a pagan, whether you call someone demonic, or possessed, or a witch, or bipolar. Obviously, these things are all different on a knowledge level, all definitionally different, but on the population level, the way the folk people are throwing these words at each other as if they're accusations. Whenever you're one of those people who realizes that all we're doing is like shifting our framework and substantively like everything is the same, and people think they're smart because they're using like therapy language instead of like other language, it's like very deeply frustrating. At least, I don't know if that's actually, I think I went on a tangent. That's not really what you're talking about, Taylor, but it is what I thought of. Yeah, that is a frustrating thing. It's kind of like humans stay the same. Society changes and people change, but like humans gonna human. And it's not that none of these kind of switches over time haven't led to genuine progress. They have. It's just like on the mass population level, a lot of people are just kind of in the same circles, having the same conversations that we've had for a gazillion years. As society and civilization incrementally becomes more knowledgeable. It's like saying, hey, this space magic, we can explain it with science, and it has to do with weird little microorganisms in the blood of the space wizards. Exactly, Agan. Exactly. And Sinchobe, welcome in. I'd love to give you a reading. Oh, Babylon Paladin said, my old pastor made a comment that stuck with me for 30 years. Most intelligent people won't speak on a subject without having some education or background on it, except politics and religion, because everyone is born an expert in these. So true. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's a good one. But what I meant is that rationalism is the mind killer. I think that's fair, Taylor. I think that's fair. I think people a lot of times like think that they're being rational whenever they frame their mystical experiences with what today would be like science words, they think that they've like dominated their mystical experiences whenever they put science words on them, whenever they can like label them and understand them. But it's like they're still just as mystical, and they have alienated themselves from the mystery of it by putting a science word on it, or by putting a rational language on it. Yeah. But intuition was actually based in God tier. Yeah. I am a big fan of intuition, I will say. Homunculicious says, neuroscientifically, we don't understand why we have consciousness and how it arises from our neural circuitry. And a lot of this brings free will into question and are all positives for mentally accepting who we are. Yeah. I really don't mind if someone dedicates themselves to, like, explaining everything about reality with science so that there's nothing mystical or unexplained about the world. Like, go ahead. But the problem I have is when people are a dick about it. Like, they go out of their way to, actually every little thing. Like, you're doing that to, like, if you're doing that to another a-hole, fine. But you don't have to be an a-hole about it to regular people. Well, I think it's just that, like, if everyone in the hypothetical is an a-hole, let's imagine everyone's an a-hole in Ogden's hypothetical. The scientific person actually isn't doing anything different about codifying reality than the religious person. They're just using different frameworks. Like, the rationalist person might know more accurately about the world. That's true. But the religious person who's an a-hole in this hypothetical as well has words for all the same concepts, as the science person. And their words are going to be mystical words like creation and soul and heaven and they're going to name sins like pride and gluttony and grace and blessings. They're going to have words for almost all of the same concepts. And they're just not listening to each other. And they both feel better than the other because they think their words are prettier for some reason. And if they're not a-holes and they have the conversation, they would recognize how cool it is that they can come from two separate frameworks and have a conversation about the same thing using different language, and accept kind of the grandeur of either perspective, the grandeur of science, scientific language, and the grandeur of kind of mystical language. Yeah. You should study the fruits of rationalism, then throw it into the garbage and go back to being a Giga Chad mystic. Oh, so based, Taylor. So based. Pride is really the enemy of collaboration. It is. Pride. Oh gosh, I actually have an entire ramble about pride, but we're not going to do it. We're going to do it when I come back from my break. And before I go on break, we're going to do some Chobe's reading. And when I come back, we're going to do a long ramble about pride. Or a short ramble. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. What the cards have for some Chobe. The Page of Swords. Judgment. And the Two of Swords. Okay. is, Sinchobe. As soon as you make your decision about something, you will feel inspired to enact it. I have a feeling there's something in your life right now where there's two options and it's really hard for you to choose between them, and maybe neither of them feels very exciting, neither of them feels very good, and it's like, how do I choose between the two things? They're both kind of meh. But here's the thing. As soon as you choose an option and you make that judgment, in choosing it, you will breed excitement for that thing and inspiration within yourself, and you will be excited to enact it. And the thing to start that excitement is going to be the act of choosing itself. All right, where's my, here we go. I want to use my moon cards. Let's see what these have for Sinchobe. Guardianship and protection. Do not fear to lose what you already have, and your heart is a guardian, and your soul the brightest star. Yes, your heart is a guardian, your soul the brightest star, Sinchobe, and whenever you make that choice, that star will shine. Whenever you make that choice and commit to whatever path you're choosing, you will awaken that star within you and it will shine. Do not fear to lose what you already have. There's no world here where your choice is like the wrong one, okay? Your choice is going to be a good one because choosing is the choice that you need to make. Not choosing, I guess, is the bad choice. Choosing is the choice that you need to make, because when you choose, you will have all of that zest and energy and inspiration that you need to enact your future. Okay? Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that it resonated, and I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you. The good scientists recognize they know a lot and are humble with the fact they know so little. Yes, and I would say the good mystics do the exact same thing. Really good mystics who have read all the religion books and not just grown their knowledge, because mysticism is not knowledge, okay? A lot of times the esoteric arts are separated into these kind of four professions. There's the magician, the sorcerer, the philosopher, and the mystic, alright? The philosopher and the sorcerer have the most knowledge. The magician has the most practical. They practically apply their stuff. They take control of the universe and they cast spells and shit. The mystic might know a lot, but what the mystic does is in a lot of ways, the mystic has the joy of the magician, but none of the ambition of the magician. The mystic enjoys the mysteries of religion and philosophy, and enjoys anti-rationalism, not codifying them, understanding that they are small and therefore not doing anything with it. They're not gonna cast spells on anyone. They're just enjoying it. They're just enjoying it, alright? And so a good scientist recognizes they know a lot and are humble about the fact they know so little. I would say a good mystic understands that they have a lot of wisdom about the world, and that wisdom isn't based in reading the books. That wisdom is based in practicing the ritual. That wisdom comes from meditating on nothing for hours. There's no way to learn what a mystic knows from meditating for hours. You have to do it. Hours every day for over a decade. That's the kind of incredible wisdom that a mystic, like a real mystic has. And there are people out there like that, and they're not content creators. And they're not journalists. And honestly, they're not cardinals in the Vatican either. They're monks, and they're nuns, and they're brothers, and they're sisters. And maybe some of the cardinals in the Vatican used to have that life, but now they're busy. Now they're cardinals, and they gotta do cardinal shit, you know? But the wisdom that is gained in the practice of mysticism is a lot. But also, mystics know that they know so little about the world. And it's honestly, I would say, very similar to being being someone who knows a lot about science, but only specifically the thing that you know. You know, like you're a microbiome transmission, that doesn't make sense, microbiome population specialist of specifically water treatment plants in the northern United States, and you know everything about that, and you're a very smart scientist, but you don't know shit about dinosaurs. And you don't know shit about viruses, and you don't know shit about I don't know, space. Scientists know so much, and good scientists know that they know so little as well. And mystics are very similar in that regard. They are very, very, a good mystic is like, you know, supremely humble. And there's a joy in that humility as well, right? Because the scientist who knows everything about the microbiome of whatever, it's a joy to know that there's other people in the world who understand dinosaurs and that they don't understand them, and that dinosaurs are fucking cool and they make big loud noises and they stomp on their big feet. And there's joy in not knowing that and knowing what you do know. And similarly, the mystic knows that they have a very deep wisdom about what they have a deep wisdom about, but they also know deeply that they don't know anything about politics, the current politics of the world. They don't know, the mystic might not know how to, you know, make pancakes. And they probably feel a little embarrassed about that. But there's also a joy in that humility of like, wow, I don't know fucking anything except for how to eat bread and crackers and whatever people give to me and meditate. I know how to fold my clothes, do my laundry, and no one else's. Sir Wolf, thank you for your bits. Thank you for your bits. The idea of sorting real scientists into mystic, shamans, wizards, etc. based on how they approach science is hilarious to me. That is hilarious. I enjoy that. Someone needs to make that category chart. Babylon Paladin works in a cardiology practice. My docs are always referring patients to other specialists because they know what they don't know. Yeah, exactly. Dedicating yourself to a craft and not knowing how to make pancakes is a sign that your practice or thing you're dedicated to isn't worth it. Oh, what a hot take. Hot take right there. Alright, I'm going to go on break, and then I'm going to come back and talk about pride. Pride. And maybe even prejudice. We'll see. I shall be back soon. Okay, my friends, I am back. We're going to talk about pride. We're going to talk about pride. And the reason that I want to talk about pride is because I have thoughts on pride that I want to share and I want to explain to people, but I actually don't know how to explain them. So we're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out together because I'm a little dumb, and I've tried to explain this to people before, and I have not done it well. So hopefully we'll get there tonight. But first we have a name trace for Luca. I hope you're still here. Your name trace redeem was a little bit ago. I apologize for missing it. K A 3 9 2 4 2. Thank you. So there are 7 deadly sins in Christianity. Most people know this kind of pop cultural knowledge of Christianity. What a lot of people don't know, unless you are a Christian, because this is talked about in Christian circles, is that pride is the worst of them. Pride is the worst of the 7 deadly sins because it is at the root of all of them. And if you are Christian and you come from a Christian context, you understand that. You understand that concept. Like, yeah, of course it is. That makes sense because I have that framework already made in my head where there's 7 deadly sins and pride is the worst of them. If you're not Christian, as some people in my life are not Christian, trying to explain to them why pride is the worst is really hard. It's really hard because pride, the very common response to this is like, yeah, but there's good forms of pride. We have pride in our family, pride in our nation, pride in our craft, pride in all of this, and that's not a bad thing. Whereas something like lust or greed is always bad. So clearly those ones are worse. And that's true, but the reason that pride is considered the worst is because pride is because there are positive versions of pride, that it's sneaky and difficult to discern, and that's part of what makes it bad. But I'm really bad at explaining this. I need to figure out a better way to explain this to people. And all of the other sins, lust, greed, lust, envy, wrath, etc., gluttony, they can all be kind of sourced in a form of pride. They're sourced in a form of pride, sourced in a form of a perversion of the ego, right? And that's what pride is. It's like a perversion of the ego, right? I think the reason that there's this miscommunication between people isn't actually because we have different ideas about what pride is, but it's actually like different ideas about how we quantify stuff. So lust is always bad in a Christian context. Lust is always bad, but there's kind of not that much lust. Lust is a very specific thing. Some people go crazy and lust over, like, school buses or train tracks, and like, yeah, that's also like not good. But for the most part, like, lust is a specific thing, and it's bad, and it can be worse than pride sometimes in the sense that it is always bad, whereas pride is sometimes good, right? But pride is many things. It's so many things. And so, like, lust is like 100% bad, and pride is only bad like not 100% of the time. But everything else that is bad can be rooted in pride. I don't know how to explain that succinctly, though. How do I explain that succinctly to someone without talking about math? Help me. Help me. Never actually heard that one laid out for me in church. Interesting. I know it's in the Bible. I want to say it's Paul who says it, but I honestly don't know. But I'm pretty sure it is in the Bible somewhere that pride is the worst because it's the root of them all. And similarly, humility is like the greatest virtue because it's the root of all good, basically, all of the virtues. Placing the ego above divine will, if you want to use fancy religious words. So true. J Detective, thank you for your sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. J, click, D, E, shk, T, sk, E, click, C, T, click, I, dot, B, E, shk. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. The biggest thing about pride for me is that it stops us from being contrite or even seeing our own mess. That's so true. It's so true. And it really is like the world's greatest evils are rooted in pride. And also most of the world's evils are rooted in pride. And pride is that pride, like it's just true that pride is the worst. Anytime someone's like, I'm dealing with this issue at work, you know why? It's pride. Someone else or you or both, probably. Oh, I'm dealing with this issue in my family. It's probably pride. Oh, I don't know I'm afraid of judgment for something. Yeah, because you're afraid of prideful people / you are being prideful. Like, pride is at the root of almost every, like, uncomfortable thing, bad thing. Oh no, my post didn't get enough likes. Okay. Sounds like you're feeling a little bit of pride. And it's the bad kind of pride. And yeah, pride is everywhere. When you feel pride, you fill yourself with self-righteousness. Yeah. In other words, you're saying that you don't need God in every part of your life. Yeah, true. You can feel pride and lust in other sins, but you can't feel the other sins in pride as much. Oh yeah, you can feel pride and lust and other sins, but you can't feel the other sins in pride as much. Yeah, that's actually a good way to explain it, Big Lays. That's actually a good way. I like that. In all of the other sins, you can feel pride, but in pride you don't necessarily feel gluttony or wrath or lust. The way this argument has gone down in the past between me and people is always like, sure, but when you're just feeling proud of the thing you created and your next door warlord has just like murdered, has just like genocided or something, done a genocide, obviously they are doing the sin of wrath and you're doing the sin of pride because you're feeling better than other people for what you made. Therefore, wrath is worse than pride. And I don't know how to explain to them that they're wrong, even though they're like, right, yes, the warlord did do something worse than me. Yes, the warlord did do something worse than me. But also pride is still the worst one. It's still the worst one. And I don't know how to convince people. Pride only hurts, it never helps. Yes, true. St. Augustine said, pride is the beginning of sin, and what is pride but the craving for undue exaltation? The parent of all sins. These are great quotes. I'm enjoying this. Pride justifies the assertion of your own will, yes. The problem with explaining pride is that it has several different things sharing one name. Yes, and I completely agree, and I've tried to explain that to people before, and it actually is like a self-defeating argument whenever you're actually trying to explain it to someone, because then they're like, exactly, there's many different things that are called pride, which is why gluttony or lust or wrath is worse, because it's one thing and it's always bad, or it's a couple things and they're always bad. But because pride is sometimes good, It's not the worst sin. It's a semantics argument. But it's frustrating for me because I don't know how to have it right. I need to call up Trent Horn from Catholic Answers, or Jimmy Aiken from Catholic Answers, or Lila Rose from Lila Rose podcast, and be like, hey, help me. Help me with your words. People take pride in the other sins, which enables them to do the worst versions of each sin. Yeah, you can have a moment of wrath, but taking pride in wrath makes the wrath worse. I think that's kind of all of them, though. Any time you wombo combo the sins, it makes for a nasty attack. The sin of pride is so sophisticated we haven't evolved enough to overcome it. The sin of pride is so sophisticated we haven't even evolved to recognize it properly. I do think a big problem is language. Like, I do wish that there were a better word for the sin of pride that was more specific and different from pride, because obviously, like, we have the word confidence. Confidence is pretty much always recognized as a good thing, but a lot of times we use the word pride where we mean confidence. And that has made the language less useful. Pride is always bad, and pride is usually good. Unfortunately, those things share the same name. Pride, as you were explaining it, is still always bad. Right. Yeah. Pride is being upset with the state of a hierarchy, isn't it? And being upset with a hierarchy is a sort of motivation of the antithesis of all that's good, and personified by Satan. Pride isn't always being upset with the state of a hierarchy. I think pride can also just be selfishness, and a lot of times those overlap, but not always. I always think of pride as like a perverse expression of the ego. Yeah, but other people have offered very good definitions that work for them as well. Jesus himself smashed an unjustifiable hierarchy himself at the temple. Yeah, that's why I don't so much like thinking of pride as being upset with a hierarchy. But I think that, because I think that some hierarchies are justified and then some hierarchies are unjustified. Some hierarchies are constructive and some hierarchies create stagnation. And the hierarchies that are productive are like good ones, and the hierarchies that create stagnation are bad ones. Broadly speaking. But I would also argue that there is a distinction between the pride that the LGBTQ people are referring to and the pride that Catholics and Christians are referring to. I think most people, when they're talking about it in the LGBTQ sense, they're talking about confidence, and they're using the word pride, which is like a very normal and acceptable thing to do in our society, to just use the word confidence, or sorry, to use the word pride instead of confidence. So it's not like, you know, we kind of all do it. I do it sometimes. My marching bands in the United States all have a chant that where it's like, how are your feet together, how are your chin, how are your shoulders back, how are your and that at the end it's, how are your eyes, with pride, with pride, with pride. Almost every marching band in the US has the same chant. There's slight variations, but almost every marching band has that same chant. With pride, how are your eyes? With pride, with pride, with pride. And obviously we mean confidence, but We say pride. Because it's just what our society has decided, that those things are interchangeable. I'm curious what you or chat might think are the most clear examples of bad pride that affect our community. I mean, it's everywhere. Again, like most workplace issues are rooted in pride of either employers or employees or customer bases. Politics is rife with pride, obviously. Politicians being hungry for power and feeling self-important, and then also voter bases having so much pride that they refuse to listen to critique or refuse to engage fairly with people who have different opinions or different perspectives. Pride in, there's pride in people these days have, pride for their clothing aesthetic in a way that is perverse, pride in their music taste in a way that, let me prove to you why post-rock is better than post-rock, you wrong old gross person. People have pride over the darndest things. People have pride over anything in a way that's toxic. People have pride when it comes to the legitimacy of the art, the perceived legitimacy of the art that they consume. Video game X, Y, or Z is obviously better than, video games are obviously better than reading books, because gamers make choices. People who have books just sit down and escape. I, as a gamer, am better than book readers because I make choices and take initiative. Like, this is pride. This is pride. This is the sin of pride. It's a very small version, but it is the sin of pride. People have pride when it comes to making unhealthy decisions with their bodies, with their relationships, and then advocating for them. People have pride in... people have... almost any action can be perversely prideful, Perversely prideful. Enjoying video games more than books is great. Good for you. Enjoying books more than video games? Great. Good for you. And similarly, eating a certain way or doing a certain thing because it brings you joy, because you want to, for whatever, is great, and it's fine, good for you. But you can do those things also in a way that is prideful, and in a way that is toxic, in a way that is perverse. And that's what pride is. It's sneaky. It's sneaky. Pride isn't so much what you do as it is like the way you do it. The way you do it. Taylor says, I think negative pride is when you want upward hierarchical mobility, but the reasoning is rooted in the fact that they are intrinsically more valuable than someone else in the same way that God is more valuable than us. It's not from a place of I've done more, so I deserve it. Yeah. I think a lot of times, like, pride just seems like a momentary lapse in you having a theory of mind. Pride is like walking into a room and just thinking that you are the most deserving person there, and you've had the most involved and interesting life, and you must have the most experience because who are all these other schmucks around you? You don't know anything about them, and therefore there must be nothing about them. Like, okay, toddler moment, but sin of pride. Bad pride is spiritually elevating your soul above others. Shaka. Bunch of NPCs for me to have my main character Skyrim arc. Yeah. Is pride and humility on the same spectrum? Yes. Yes. Humility is having an honest relationship with your ego. Humility is not, this is very important. A lot of people who are outside of the Christian bubble and the Christian context and the Christian language, or who are like earlier in that journey, don't perfectly understand what humility is. In the same way that they don't perfectly understand what pride is in the Christian framework. Humility is not being shy. It's not thinking very little of yourself. It's definitely not hating yourself. Humility is having a honest relationship with yourself and an honest perspective on other people. And whenever you have an honest perspective of other people, you listen to them. You shut up and you listen to them. And also, you talk well of yourself when someone asks you, are you good at baking? And you are baking. Someone who is humble says, yes, I am. I learned from my mother, you know? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. That's what being humble is. Whenever you are like shy and self-deprecating, that's not actually seen as humble in like devout Christian circles. That's seen as putting on airs, and it's seen as obnoxious. But if you're like actually honest about your ability and you speak well of yourself when it's relevant, and then you speak highly of other people whenever they are deserving, and you honestly critique other people whenever they ask you, and you honestly accept critique without it wounding you and making you not want to participate, like that's what humility is. And it's useful. Like humility is useful. It's a productive virtue to have because your ego doesn't get as easily wounded, because you don't think that people are insulting you because they're out to get you. Every critique is just like, all right, thank you, I will keep going. And also, whenever you are truly humble, you're confident enough to assist where you have the ability to assist. You're confident enough to lay your personal, abilities out on the table, to allow yourself to be used as a resource. Which is like seen as a good thing. Because ideally you are within a system, you are within a community where being used would bear good fruit for you and everyone else, If you're in a system where being used by the people around you would bear rotten fruit, you're probably in a bad system. That's actually a pretty good way, now that I think of it, of like checking your community, is just like imagining, if everyone here used me, would I be happy with being used by these people? If the answer is yes, then that's probably a good community. You know what I mean? But if the answer is like, if the people around me used me, I would be promoting like horrible things and doing horrible work, you're probably in a bad community. Think about it. God's soul is above ours, and he lowered himself to our level, and that's depicted as the ultimate good. To raise your soul, or in other words, your intrinsic value above others, is the antithesis of good. That's how humility and pride are on the same spectrum. The spectrum also helps explain what is specifically uniquely evil about pride. Yeah. Pride, again, I always think of pride as like perversion of ego, and I think of humility as like honesty of ego, accurate self-perception, as well as perception of other people's egos, theory of mind going strong, strong Pisces energy, the virtue of humility. You're giving strong feminine energy? Oh my gosh. Thank you. Being used always sounds to me as something negative. As in, I don't get to do my own thing and have work for others, but I get what you mean. Yeah, that is, usually people talk about using other people or being used as a bad thing. So I think that that's a normal relationship with those words. Ukraniono. Ukraniono. But I personally, I often think of myself as like a tool, which is maybe, I don't know, that's just how I have almost always viewed myself. Like I'm something and someone who can help the people around me, I guess. I don't know. What I do is, I don't know. I want to be used by good people and not bad people. The way I personally frame my life is like, no matter what's happening, someone's using me. Someone somewhere is probably like using me. So like, I might as well try and be used by good people rather than bad people. But that's like my language for how I frame my life, and I don't necessarily think that anyone else should do that. That's the way that is. Yes, absolutely, NASA. Being used in a system that values your worth can be incredibly fulfilling. So true, so true. But we have to start valuing everyone in our system that we use. Yes, yes. If someone allows you to use them, that's massive. That's massive. Children, or immature people will unknowingly be used. But whenever you're an adult, I really don't think you often let someone use you in a way that you're fully not cognizant of. So if there's someone in your life, and if you're an adult and they're an adult, and you're using them, I mean, they probably did that on purpose. They probably made themselves available to you. They're probably invested in your future, invested in who you are enough that they want to make sacrifices for you. And like, that is such a massive gift. That's such a massive gift. It's so cool. And it's also so exciting to find someone who you want to be used by. You know what I mean? When you like meet someone who is the yin to your yang, you're like a bass player and they're like a clarinet player, and you like meet and you like play a scale and you're like, oh my god, I want to be used by them. It's so fun to find people who you vibe with in such a way. And it's so exciting to give that gift and also receive that gift. Even when it's not just jazz band. Homunculicious, thank you for your sub. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. H, click. O, M, click, click. U, click. N, C, U, sh, L, I, dot. C, I, dot. O, U, sh, S. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lovely community. Oh, thank you all. Thank you all very much. It's all you guys, okay? It's all you guys. Bass and clarinet duo does go crazy. Does go crazy. And it's crazy. Not every bass player and every clarinet player is gonna go well together. They have to find not just, the bass to their clarinet. They have to find their bass to their clarinet. The fact that it ever happens is like amazing. It's amazing how good we are at finding each other. I mainly think of the fact that we can't help but shape others through our interactions with, and therefore have a responsibility to shape them in the right ways. Right. Yes, I agree. It's why the difference between a boss that values you and one that doesn't is so huge, even when the material conditions are the same. Yeah, I feel that for sure. For sure. Having a boss that values you, or a professor, or a director, or a parent is a game changer. Game changer. ADC and support. That's why I also appreciate being used to let my support accidentally take all my kills. Yeah, proper attitude. Proper attitude right there, Destructicon. I respect it. I think a lot of people also don't realize that pride isn't just I'm better than everyone. A lot of times pride is also seen in I'm worse than everyone. I have the biggest sob story, and I am a plague on society, and everyone should hate me. Why aren't you all hating me enough? It's because it's kind of, a lot of times that kind of self-scapegoating is like rooted in a psychological desperation for attention, including negative attention, and a sort of validation for one's own negative feedback loop. Tell me how ugly I am. Tell me how much you hate me. Tell me how bad I am at decorating cakes. Tell me. You know what I mean? Like that's also pride. That is also pride. Because it's, again, like a perversion of the ego. A perversion of your sense of self, and it sees yourself as more important. It's wanting to be it's wanting to be higher on a different hierarchy. True. Yes, exactly, Taylor. It's wanting to be high on the bad boy hierarchy, or the broken girl hierarchy, or, you know, whatever nasty shit you're into. Hello, Victor. Unlike yesterday, I have internet, so I get to watch ASMR till I pass out. Lovely sentinel raven. I almost called you Senti Raven, like scented raven, smelly, scenty raven, which is weird because I was reading it as sentinel, but just scenty raven was what was coming out of my mouth before I caught it. Also, as a clarinet player and huge music fanatic, I agree with you, and you know that the music is truly played right when you get everybody on the same page and smiling by the end of the song. Yes. So true. Could attention seeking in general be rooted in pride? No. I mean, I think there's some kind of attention seeking that is valid, like screaming when something falls on you or when something just scares you is like technically attention seeking on a biological level, but I think that's actually like altruistic also on a biological level, like you're trying to warn everyone else slash get attention in case whatever is about to fall on you knocks you out and you need like medical attention. And you know that you are a gift to your society, so getting medical attention is important for the society, therefore you must scream so that people know that you're hurt and then give you medical attention. I think that's like I think that there's plenty of attention seeking that can be framed in like an altruistic sense, but there's definitely a lot of attention seeking that can be rooted in like the sin of pride. Oof, reverse pride. Felt that. Working myself out of my own negative feedback loop has not been an easy task whatsoever. It can be very easy to assume the worst and try to play the sad guy, because it can save you from some amount of pain and criticism. But at least I get that with my creative works on occasion. Yeah, I get it too. Like, it's part of, again, why pride is so nefarious is because literally no matter what you do, it's like there's an okay version of it, and then there's like a sin of pride version of it, and you have to figure out which one am I doing. Whereas like something like gluttony or lust, you know, I'm not like worried right now, or wrath. I'm not worried right now that anything that I'm doing has anything to do with wrath. Nothing that I'm doing has anything to do with wrath. I'm very chill on like the wrath thing right now, but like constantly in life, there is a reason to question, am I being prideful? Like, I mean, I think about it a lot when I'm streaming. I'm like, do I just, would it be better if I just shut up right now? You know? And it's because I like want to check my pride, and a lot of times there are times when I should shut up or change the topic, you know? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell when pride is afoot and when it isn't. It's very hard to tell. Lemon slut is a gift to society. No lie, I was thinking about pride as in the tops. No lie, I was thinking about pride as the top sin earlier today and a few weeks ago after watching some show. It is everywhere. It is everywhere. Am I pontificating too hard? Exactly, NASA. Really, really exactly. I have a friend that's ghosting me. I am looping on if I should drop them forever as a friend. Decided that it's based on pride today, and I should probably chill on it for now. There you go. There you go. Sometimes that is the solution. Oftentimes, the antithesis to pride is deciding to chill, I think. Just deciding to chill. Just deciding to chill. And listen to some ASMR. Personally, another like element of pride, manifestation of pride that I've struggled with is deciding that I can deal with things by myself. And it's not usually, like, I don't have trouble asking for help with kind of peripheral issues, but if I have an issue with someone, instead of like talking to them about it, historically I have definitely had problems where I haven't talked to them about it, and I've just been like, I'm just gonna suffer and just have a problem with them on the inside, and they're never gonna know about it. And that is also prideful. That is also prideful because it doesn't give them the opportunity to know how to be nicer to me or to treat me better. And it kind of assumes that they wouldn't want to, or they wouldn't be smart enough to understand, which is like an assumption that they're somehow lesser than me if they wouldn't understand or change if I asked, like, you know, stop doing this specific thing, or hey, whenever you say this it makes me upset. And it's also a sort of grandiosity in my own internal sense of suffering. Like, ah, yes, I am suffering this social situation that I don't have to suffer, but I'm suffering it. I must be cool for that. I must be cool for being so humble right now and just suffering instead of talking to someone about how it really hurts my feelings whenever they do X, Y, or Z thing. And that is also the sin of pride. And again, it's like, it's very sneaky because it actually tricks you into thinking that you're like humble. And you're like not humble. You need to like, this is me talking to myself. I need to like talk to people. I need to talk to people whenever there's like an issue that I have with them. Because I need to give them the opportunity to fix the issue. I need to respect them enough to give them the opportunity to fix the thing. And I need to have respect for myself and confidence in myself to like handle that conversation. And I shouldn't be, sanctifying myself for suffering something that I haven't even tried to resolve. If I haven't even tried to resolve something with someone and I'm like, wow, I'm so cool for suffering through this, like, come on. What a joke. What a joke. Laura loves you. Thank you for the sub. L-A-S-K U-S-K R-K-A-S-K L-O-S-K B-E-S_shk U click. Thank you. Laura loves you. Laura loves you. Laura loves you. Shaka. This reminds me of a quote that helped me through life. To each his own. Some of the earliest works in English literature, it makes us think about how accepting the fact that actions have consequences truly makes it feel like life itself has stopped giving you crap, because someday will be bad, but your whole life is something we wouldn't want to change anything about. Tate says, I feel that my fear of rejection is rooted in projecting my pride. Maybe. This might sound initially kind of odd, but I feel like as a Latino, my people struggle with pride quite a lot in our day-to-day cultural differences and whatnot. I think that all peoples have, like all cultural groups have a kind of specific way of being prideful, and then they also have like, there's also ways that we're all prideful. But yeah, I mean, I think you can definitely, I can definitely look at my own like family and background and be like, wow, my people struggle with pride in this specific way. Yes. So I think that's fair, but also I think most people experience pride in about, give or take kind of the same amount. But there are definitely like specific cultural identifiable manifestations of it. Alright, we have some name traces. First for Korusamet. K, click, click, U, shk, I, shk, U, click, S, A, click, L, A, shk, T, shk. Thank you, Korusamet. Shk. And for Wharf, we have L, T, shk, C, D, shk, R, underscore, shk, W, click, O, shk, R, F, shk. Thank you, Warp. And for Haji, thank you for your name, Trace. H, click, A, underscore J underscore I dot underscore. Thank you. Haji, haji, haji. Thank you. And Laura loves you. Thank you for your tip. Thank you so much. Just wanted to tell you that I watch you every night and I'm eternally thankful for your awesome videos. Aww, thank you. Thank you, Laura loves you. Thank you, Laura loves you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy. But if you talk to them, you won't be humbly putting yourself through this good suffering anymore, and don't get to be a martyr through this small perceived slight. So true, good old. Coming to grips with my autism has really helped with this. The people in my life know that I'm going to be straight up with them, and that I might not be able to discern their conflict. Come to me, I won't be upset. But if we don't address it directly, I need to drop it. Very true, NASA. Super valid. Super valid. Can we get a couple of click-clacks? Sure thing. Plata then. Click-clacks. Click-clack. 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 Tingle. Every now and then, because of the angle of my microphone, you know, usually there's little sound bars on it that are like volume bars basically, but sometimes because of the angle it looks like I can't see them. Did my stream just go crazy for a second? It did on my end, but that was weird. Sometimes I can't see the little volume bars, and I get this fear of like, have I been muted this entire stream? But then I'm like, obviously I haven't been, because I've been talking to people. But it's hilarious that even pops up in my head. Like, what if I've been muted this entire stream when we're like 3.5 hours into it? But it does pop in my head. Oh no, I've been muted this entire stream. Lizard brain moment. Lizard brain moment. You forget that we all lip read though. Oh no. Good night, NASA. Good night. I shaved my head some months ago and I still have second panic when I go out. Did I do my hair? Yeah. The wick on your candle might be getting a little long. I'm worried about your plushie. I understand your concern, but I'm pretty sure it's safe. That flame is farther in front of the plushie than it looks. But you know what? If a fire starts, then I'll just put it out. But I'm pretty sure it's safe. I'm like 85% sure that it's safe. Maybe even 90. Your removal of the exclamation point at your question does make it much more answerable. Thank you, Destructicon, for specifying. I have not gotten a fire extinguisher. I'm not sure if I believe in them. not sure if I believe in them. Haven't been convinced. I've never seen one before, okay? I've seen fire hydrants, and I've seen toy fire extinguishers, and I've seen things that look like fire extinguishers, but I think are fake. So, you know what? I don't know if I believe in them. The creationism book got to her after all. Yeah, true. I can't be Christian and believe in fire extinguishers, okay? They are incompatible worldviews. Shaka, 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 shaka. Having used one, I believe. Okay, Green Ninja, be honest. Were you dreaming? Was it some kind of near-death experience? Was it your best friend who used one and you're just like saying that it was you? Did you use one for practice but not for real, so you didn't actually use it? Come on. Be honest. Be honest. Scratchy scratches. Trying to keep it scratchy scratch here. Scratchy scratch all day. Scratchy scratch all the way. The joys of everyone driving together as a group of teens in the responsible one's car when the irresponsible one decides to let off the fire extinguisher in the car. Oof. That's rough. Are you doing YouTube? Not right now, but in general in life, yes. I am doing YouTube in general in life. I squeezed one of the fire extinguishers at a clothes store when I was 7 and got my mom kicked out of the store for making a mess. Oh no. Since we're talking about Christianity, you want to hear a funny story? This is gonna frustrate me. I can't think of the word. No one's gonna understand how funny this is unless they're Catholic. But I'm gonna tell the story anyway. It's also not even my story. Was my sister's story, I think. Because I think this happened when my sister was a toddler and I was like a baby. But, I sent you the bird feeder from your throne. Oh my gosh. Lemon Slut, thank you so much. I'm so excited. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. Whenever it comes in, I will show it. And I will let y'all know how the bird situation goes. So I can't think of the word for it, but before the celebration of the Eucharist, there's a little table. It's not the altar. There's like a table somewhere else in the church where they prepare the Eucharist, kind of. Sacristy table, something like that. And in the cathedral where my family went to church, that was kind of open. It was like kind of among the pews, and the altar boys and altar girls would like roll up the little table with the Eucharist on it to the altar. But the stuff that was on that table, I'm pretty sure it was already transubstantiated, and that's why it was on the table. Like, it was left over from like previous masses, kind of. So the transubstantiation, the consecration of the gifts is like a really big deal. The Eucharist the Eucharist wafers, the wine itself, not a big deal. You can snack on it, you can throw it away, whatever. But as soon as they bless it, it is holy. It is God's body and blood. You do not snack on it. You do not throw it away. They have very, very specific processes for if you need to get rid of it. If it gets contaminated or something, it can't go where other trash goes. It is holy. It is the holiest thing on earth, the Eucharist. It is God's body and blood. We have saint relics, we have rosaries, we have blessed items. None of them are as holy as the Eucharist, okay? The Eucharist is the most holy thing on this planet. And it's pretty cool that it's like everywhere, right? But usually overnight, the Eucharist that is already blessed, consecrated, will be put in the tabernacle. But the cathedral that my family went to, they were kind of doing masses all day, and I think that that's why it was like on a little table, because it was like, you know, they were going to use it like in an hour or something. I don't really remember. But either way, the consecrated host was on a table in the church. And my sister started like making a ruckus when she was a toddler. She was like crying and screaming. And so my dad picked her up and was like walking around in the back of the church doing the baby walk, patting her and walking, pacing until she got chill. But he ran into the table and he knocked it all over onto the ground. He knocked all of the host onto the ground. And the wine spilled onto the church ground. And everyone was like, ah. It was so bad. I wasn't even there, and I still cringe. I mean, I was there, but I was a baby. I cringe imagining it. Oh, God. It was like a very, stuffy, fancy cathedral as well. My family actually didn't like that cathedral because it felt, too elitist sometimes. Oof. And I can only imagine the faces made by, the soccer moms of the neighborhood when they saw all of the host fall onto the ground. So bad, so bad. Maybe that's why my family stopped going there, honestly. I don't know. Not a good story. But, what did they do? I don't know. I will say, in general, if, even though the moment itself, very, very awkward, Catholics, especially in church, are so pro-baby that actively they probably forgive, forget, laugh about it, joke about it. I'm positive that something like that happened, but internally in the moment, absolute terror. But Catholics are so pro-baby that even when babies do crazy stuff during Mass, Catholics are like, love is alive in the community, love is alive. God bless fertility. God bless women and their infinite wombs. They're non-infinite wombs. Whatever it is. They're near infinite wombs. They're wombs of infinite potential, alright? The potential of any given womb is infinite. I will stand by this. Because we are all infinite. I was raised Mormon. I'm sure you understand the infinity womb then. Classic doctrine. The infinity womb. God-blessed woman of near infinite womb of infinite potential, yes. My favorite honorific of Mary is, she who contained he who contained the world. Or she who contains he who contains the world. I really like that Mary word. She who contains he who contains the world. Because, God contains the world in his mind. You know what I'm saying? Good title of Mary. Protestants won't like it, but we can whisper it to each other. Considering Western countries are looking at demographic collapse, more babies are probably needed to keep society functioning. I am pro-baby. I am. This is true. I am pro-baby. But that said, I'm also like skeptical of a lot of the ideologies that sprout from like fear-mongering about demographic collapse, because demographics come and go, they change all the time. But I do think that good people having babies and raising good children is a good thing that should be promoted. You know what I'm saying? That one goes hard, I ain't gonna lie. I know, right, Coat? Doesn't it just make you want to be Catholic? Just to like call Mary cool things? Star of the Sea. Don't you just like want to don't you just want to convert a little bit? I'm Protestant and I'm totally cool with that Mary description. Okay, based. Thank you, Green Ninja. Aw, thank you for your bits, Lemon Slut. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ah, fluffy fingers. Thank you for your bits. Thank you so much. Thank you. Antinatalism bad. I do agree with that. I'm anti-antinatalism. I'm anti-antinatalism. Yes. Pro-baby as in against abortion, or as in it's alright, but I would prefer if not? I think that medical doctors who know how to do a thing have a right to sell that service, and I think that people have a right to buy that service. And that's basically, like, that sums up my whole take on abortion. Like, as an act by itself, I guess I should say, I think it's, like, not good. But I think that, especially in the field of medicine, and when it comes to, like, what things doctors can sell, and what things we have a right to do with our body, like, I think we have a right to buy services and for people to sell those services, even when they're bad. It's the same reason why I'm against, like, the decriminalization of drugs. I think drugs are bad. I don't do any drugs. I think drugs are, like, bad. But I also, like, don't really think we should be restricting them to the extent that we are, because I think it actually incentivizes a lack of information about drugs and medical procedures, their effects on our bodies, their effects on society, having a fleshed out morality with them, about them. And I think that that's bad. I think that we should trust people with power, even the power to do evil, the power to destroy their bodies. Because I think that great power incentivizes a sense of great responsibility. Yeah. I also like her really old title, The Virgin Mary, the Star of the Sea. I love the Star of the Sea. Star of the Sea title is one of my faves. You mean you support the decriminalization of drugs? You said you were against... thank you, Daggerhawk. Thank you. Thank you for catching me. I support the decriminalization of drugs. I should probably caveat that by saying, like, most drugs, mostly because of my own lack of information. I don't know. If there's something that's just, like, an immediate, like, kill poison, then, like, yeah, I do think that should be restricted. But, like, a lot of, like, hallucinogenics and, more, dare I say, tame substances that are heavily restricted, even though I think that they are substances that most people shouldn't partake in. I think the culture surrounding these substances is really dangerous and bad a lot of the times. I think the substance themselves, or the substance itself, would be used more healthily, more frequently, more productively if it were decriminalized. It would like lead to a more positive and responsible culture around drugs used medicinally, recreationally, or spiritually. Yeah. Me when I can't take my immediate kill poison. But I will say, like, I do honestly feel a sense of internal conflict about, like, how to implement those values and beliefs that I have in the real world. Because, you know, like I said, I think great power incentivizes a sense of responsibility, and that the decriminalization of these things will lead to a more educated culture about these things. Even though I think that's true, that's not the culture that we have. We aren't properly educated on a population level, with a lot of medical procedures that are considered kind of edgy, or medical procedures like abortion. We aren't properly educated about birth control, contraceptives. We aren't properly educated about drugs and drug use, and you know, all of them are different. There's many different drugs, and they're all different. And so, like, if we just decriminalized things now, I don't know. I don't know what kind of fallout would happen from that. And I don't pretend to know. And that's part of why I don't often involve myself with, like, trying to troubleshoot specific policies for world saving. I think about ideals a lot, and those are my ideals. And I think that in an ideal society, these things would be decriminalized. But I truly, like, I don't know how that should happen, or when that should happen, or whatever. Because there's so many people, obviously, on the streets who have drug addictions right now. And I don't know if it would help the people on the streets right now if we made all drugs very easily accessible and legal. I mean, maybe it would. I feel highly skeptical of that, though. So, yeah, I don't know what the best policies are. I don't know what the best policies are. Here in Oregon, you know, we have, what are they called? Like safe injection facilities. And I don't think it's made things better. I think it was a good try, and maybe there's a way to figure it out so that it makes it better. But it doesn't feel better. It feels like it's made things worse, because there's just more needles. There's just more easily accessible needles for a population that is struggling so much. So yeah, I don't know what the right thing to do is. I don't know. I learned today that nitrogen, making up 70% of the air, has a narcotic effect at high pressure. Scuba divers get nitrogen narcosis when they dive really deep. That's so interesting, Lemon Slut. Very interesting. I think when people say the war on drugs failed, I think it's disingenuous. The way they tried to wage war on drugs failed. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's fair. Yeah. The American education system doesn't teach us these things. They just sweep it under the rug and hope we don't go looking. Right. I mean, especially when it comes to women's health. If we distance ourselves from the drugs and go back to contraception, birth control, abortion, whenever you learn about those things in school, you're almost always taught them with an agenda. If you're going to a Christian school, you're not getting all the information. If you're going to a public school, you're not getting all the information. I don't know where you get all the information if you don't, like kind of go to both sides, honestly, and learn. You gotta learn. You gotta learn. It's important. It's important. But it seems like almost anyone who teaches you these things is, yeah, they have an agenda with women's bodies either way, and that's annoying. It's annoying. Yeah, exactly like Kodal says, there are medicinal applications for fentanyl. It's something that all like EMTs or paramedics like have on them, right? Like ready to go because it's important sometimes. But yeah, most people are just so uneducated about it. Sleepy, it's counterintuitive, but decrim of drugs does help people on the streets and addicts because the laws that make healthcare and treatment more attainable as opposed to police repression. Yeah, so like I have heard, I think it's Portugal, right? Portugal? Or it might have been Spain. In my head it was Portugal. Who like, gosh, almost a decade ago or something now, did like a total decrim of drugs, and they had like safe injection sites, and it helped everyone, or it helped the affected population like massively. And so like I hear that and I'm like, wow, that's great, that's awesome. But then maybe just not enough time has passed or something. But since the implementation of similar sites in like the city areas of Oregon, Salem, Eugene, Portland, it seems like the crisis of, it's not just a homeless crisis, like it's the homeless drug addict crisis, the homeless drug addiction cycle crisis. It's like a very specific thing, and it seems like it's only gotten worse. But I'm sure there's many, like, just the decriminalization of drugs isn't the only variable here, and like the horror pot. So I know it's a lot of stuff. But it definitely hasn't gotten better. Definitely the situation in general seems to have gotten worse in the past 5 years. I haven't been here for 5 years. I've only been here for like 3 now, but it's gotten not better. But maybe it just needs more time. That's not a lot of time. And I don't know what all the variables are, or what the best way to implement my ideals would be. I do think the decriminalization of drugs is good as an ideal, and I don't know how best to implement it. And even with that said, like safe injection sites aren't like there's different kinds, there's different ways to do safe injection sites, and so maybe we just haven't done it right. But I don't know, and I don't really need to know because I'm not writing up those plans. But yeah, I want the world to be good, and I think broadly speaking the world is good. I kind of think drugs should be informed consent, prescription based with limited quantity and periodic checkups and support in case of addiction. Interesting, valid. More accessible, but at least clean and sterile, so that helps, and hopefully the facilities also try and help people that want to get off those drugs safely. I have no idea what it's actually like in those facilities, so I can't really speak to it. And also very true, homunculicious. This is part of why I personally think drugs are bad, let's not forget the greatest legal drug, alcohol. That is cancerous and can even kill you in detox. Yeah. Yeah, no good. Again, like, I'm pro autonomy. I want people to be able to do what they want with their bodies. And in a lot of ways, when it comes to like bodies, body health, medicine, the skills and substances involved in medicine, I'm kind of like a crazy like market purist. Like, if people know how to do something, they should be able to sell them doing that. If people know how to make something, they should be able to sell that substance. If people want to take something, they should be able to take that substance, get that procedure. But there are many things that I think are bad and people shouldn't be getting. I still think it should be legal. I don't think the law should get involved. But yeah, I think alcohol is like super bad. It's also stinky. It's stinky and nasty, okay? Blah. Birth control is way too ubiquitous. I don't know how that's normalized with the psychological and emotional effects it has on people. People take that at like 12 years old. That's insane. Yes. So many of my friends, so many of my family went on birth control when they were 13 for acne. I didn't, because I didn't have that bad of acne. I still had a little bit, but it wasn't that bad. But like, it wasn't bad enough, and also, I was the youngest, so I didn't get as much attention. They didn't notice my skin problems. But like, thinking back on that, there's no way that my 13-year-old cousins knew everything about birth control before they were on it. The way that it changes your hormones, the risks involved, the long-term risks. And I don't think birth control is bad. Like, I think you should take it if you want it. But I think informed consent is like so important in all of those things. I can't say decriminalization in city areas has led to people using in public parks for kids. Yeah, not good. Not good. You need the additional support systems to solve the roots of it. The drugs aren't the only issue, and while implementing it helps keep people who are alive who are using the drugs, it doesn't stop what makes people turn to drugs in the first place. Yes, Destructicon. So based. So true. So true. And Joe Bras, thank you. Thank you so much for your sub. ASMR while discussing serious subjects is the best place to be, I swear. Thank you for that unique vibe. Ah, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy. J, click, O, B, sk, R, sk, A, C, shk, 2, sk, 7. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because it's so much better to get pregnant at 12 than to have access to birth control. So if you are 12 and you need contraception because you're deciding to be sexually active and your parents are okay with that, that's a problem. That's a problem, but if it's happening and your parents want to make sure you don't get pregnant, that's also good, and that's like a solution. Like, it's a very complicated issue that requires lots of nuance, okay? But like, it is important to, I would say, prevent pregnancy in those cases, but also, oh my gosh, as a parent, please try to discourage that behavior. Also make sure they're okay. Like, please make sure they're okay. Oh my god, what the heck. But also, yeah, probably don't let them get pregnant. But also, oh my god, there's a situation that needs to, like, stop here. Something, everything is broken. Oh my god. Give them a hug. So true. And yeah, so true. Why would you even do that at 13, 12? Yeah, like, birth control is pushed on young girls often for hormonal balances and for acne. And that is something I disagree with on principle. Some people have hormonal imbalances when they're young, and they need treatment for that. And maybe sometimes that treatment should be birth control. But usually it's like actually like normal for your body to be experiencing hormonal craziness during that time, and it's like part of growing up. And the world should make room for those imbalances. The world should make room for young girls going through a time and getting angry and having acne. Like, the world needs to make room for that. That's okay. And then also a lot of the, if someone's experiencing really, really, really unpleasant periods, a lot of times there's something that needs to be fixed that isn't like get rid of the period or, give them a fake period, which is what birth control does. Gets rid of your period, gives you a fake one. A lot of times you need to change your diet, change your lifestyle, get stuff sorted in your life in a way that makes your periods less painful. Now, of course, there's going to be people who are exceptions and who need to be on birth control. Again, like, I'm not against the existence and the use of almost any substance across the board. I just want there to be more informed consent and more regulations. And I think that birth control is over prescribed for young girls for wrong reasons. Yeah. Acne is hot anyways, for real. Welcome to the chat, Toilet King. Based. Sleepy quick, I need a top laner. Irelia. Go for it. Irelia. Yeah? Denying someone birth control won't stop them from having sex. It will make them a lot more dangerous, though. That's not the point of, like, this conversation. I don't really want to talk about, like, young children having sex, because that's a very different discussion from, like, the general overall prescribing of birth control for hormonal imbalances. The assumption here is that these people are normal children, and it's like, and they're not sexually active, because the discussion of, young people being sexually active is very, very loaded. And again, I'll repeat what I said earlier, which is like, if a young person wants birth control because they are active, then yes, give them that birth control in order to protect them. But also, you'd better make damned sure that by protecting them from pregnancy, you're not protecting a predator who's abusing them. You're not protecting neglectful parents. Those things are important. Yes, give them birth control, but figure that situation out. Anyway, on that note, it's time to name the stream. Time to name the stream and get out of here on that very positive note. I guess the point is we need a better education. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Ukrainiono. I always struggle with your name. I'm so sorry. Ukrainiono. It sounds so powerful. Ukrainiono. It's either like an eldritch god or it's like a funny noodle shape. I haven't decided. In Chicago, the share of males reporting sex before 13 was 29% among non-Hispanic black males, according to one report. It's very common. Oof, that's rough. Scary, scary world we live in. Anyway, pride. We did talk about pride. What did we start the stream talking about? I feel like pride was in the middle, and at the end was decriminalization. Or maybe I'll just call it medical autonomy. So something pride and medical autonomy. What did we talk about at the beginning? Does anyone remember? Was anyone here? Did everyone fall asleep? Hello. Hi, everyone. Oh, we got rated at the beginning? That was great. Creationism. We did talk about creationism. Bible version. Mysticism? Yeah, mysticism. Creationism. Mysticism. This was really like a Christian stream. We were really talking about a lot of those fun Christian ideas. I think mysticism is good. Let's say mysticism, pride, medical autonomy. Oh, it's just a misspelling of the Spanish demonym for Ukrainian people. Ucraniano. Kind of a long and awkward story, really. Ah, gotcha. Interesting. Oh yeah, we did talk about male-dominated YouTube. Ah, whatever. I don't remember. I mean, I do remember, but that's too... I don't know how to sum that up in like a word. Clickety clack. We're gonna keep whatever I just said. Did I just say it somewhere? Mysticism, pride, medical autonomy. There we go. There we go. There we go. Is the little moonling on? For real? Lo-fi and improv? Memory Palace album dropping early October? Oh my god, I'm so hype. We're gonna raid Little Moonling, one of my favorite all-time Twitch streamers. A rare treat. A rare treat. because she's so amazing, and I feel like I don't often get a chance to read her anymore. I used to do it all the time, but my times have changed. The times have changed. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. I hope you enjoyed the lovely piano performances of Moonling. Good night, 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 good night. Farewell, 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 farewell. Sorry for the loud noise right at the end. Farewell.